Unfortunately, it was in his fourth year in the league that he experienced his first major injury. From that point on, Yao's appearances on the court would be extremely inconsistent, as the health of his feet and knees completely betrayed him. His productivity on the court would continuously decline, and by the time he had reached his 31st birthday, he had played his final game in the NBA. Number 9. Tracy McGrady. Based on the talent he displayed during his time in the league, you would think that T-Mac would be higher on my list. The thing is, he actually had a longer and healthier career than many players on this list, considering how McGrady had already completed 8 seasons in the league before the injuries became a severe problem. With that being said, he was only 26 years old when the chronic back issues started to kick in, so there was still plenty of room for him to improve, and he's definitely worthy of being on this list. Before the injury started, T-Mac had been a scoring champion in back-to-back seasons. He had been an all-star in 5 straight seasons, and he was even being compared frequently to Kobe Bryant for the title of the best player in the NBA. It's hard to know what they could have achieved if he hadn't had his career derailed with injuries. But considering how his Rockets pushed the world champion Lakers to 7 games in the 2009 playoffs, at least one championship for McGrady certainly isn't hard to envision. Number 8. David Thompson. He was the man known as Skywalker thanks to his remarkable athleticism, as he's constantly referred to as one of the greatest leapers of basketball history. To put it simply, this 6'4" shooting guard was one of the greatest scorers of all time, and in his first 4 years as a pro, he averaged about 26 points per game on a remarkable 51.4% shooting. One of the more special performances was when he scored 73 points against the Detroit Pistons, which included 53 points in the first half alone. David Thompson was one of the most skilled and athletic wings of basketball history, and even the great Michael Jordan drew much inspiration in his game from David Thompson, which is why he had Thompson present him into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, there was a lot of legacy-building basketball left on the table for Thompson. Leading up to his first major injury, Thompson had been the Rookie of the Year, he had been an All-Star in his first 4 seasons, and he had even won the All-Star Game MVP twice. Shortly after his injury at the age of 25, it came to light that Thompson had a severe drug addiction, which only expedited the process of him exiting the NBA. Before he reached the age of 30, he had played his final game in the league. Number 7. Brandon Roy. When he was at his best, Kobe Bryant referred to this 6'6" shooting guard as the most difficult player to guard in all of the Western Conference. He was one of the most clutch and gifted athletes in the game, as he was lethal from the perimeter and was a tremendous finisher around the rim. In his first 3 years in the league, he was the Rookie of the Year, he made multiple All-Star teams, and had established himself as one of the best closers in basketball. The thing is, we never got to see a truly healthy season from Brandon Roy, as the beginning of his injuries go all the way back to his rookie season. By his 4th year in the league, he had to undergo surgery on his knee, and before you know it, his career was in freefall, and he was out of the NBA by the age of 28. Number 6. Penny Hardaway. During an interview in the mid-90s, Michael Jordan said that Penny Hardaway was one of the players who would carry on the torch after he retired. Penny was a large 6'7" point guard who had playmaking ability that was reminiscent of Magic Johnson, but he was also a perimeter shooter who was always a threat from deep. He was an electrifying all-star and a consistent triple-double threat. Defensively, he was also one of the best pickpockets in the entire league. After missing only 5 games in his first 3 seasons, he had to undergo knee surgery, which ended up affecting much of his explosiveness. From that point on, it was all downhill from there. Sure, he went on to have a long career, retiring from the game of basketball at the age of 36, but he was quickly reduced to that of a journeyman and a role player, never reliving the glory days of his first few seasons in the league. Number 5. Maurice Stokes. Stokes was a strong 6'7" power forward who was very ahead of his time, with his incredibly strong build and his tremendous athleticism. Maurice was an all-star and an all-NBA player in each of his first 3 seasons in the league. He was also one of the greatest rebounders of all time, as he led the league in rebounds in his rookie season with a whopping 16.3 per game. Similarly to Bill Russell, he wasn't the most skilled scorer, but he was an absolute force defensively and on the boards. He also had tremendous court vision for a power forward, as he was always among the league leaders in assists per game. He was a gifted young player who had the basketball world at his fingertips. Unfortunately, he believed that the duo of Oscar Robertson and Maurice Stokes would have made the Cincinnati Royals the dynasty of the 1960s, instead of the Boston Celtics. Number 4. Grant Hill. Many NBA legends have referred to Grant Hill as the LeBron James before LeBron James, in the sense that he was a strong, quick, athletically gifted forward who could handle the ball like a dynamic guard. He was also a consistent triple-double threat, and after his first 6 seasons in the league, he had amassed these totals in points, assists, and rebounds. In the history of the NBA, only Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, and LeBron James had eclipsed these numbers in their first 6 seasons in the league. Unfortunately for Hill, it was at the end of that 6th season, at the age of 26, where he severely sprained his ankle, which is the injury that would haunt him throughout his career. In later years, he did manage to reinvent himself as a solid contributing role player, with only a fraction of the explosiveness. But regardless, his talent and potential remains as one of the greatest what-ifs of NBA history. Number 3. Bill Walton. Bill is an interesting case because although he already built a championship Hall of Fame legacy in his short career, it still could have been so much more. In the history of the league, I don't believe there's ever been a more injury-prone player than Bill Walton, as the man was constantly fracturing bones all over his body. His injury history is enough to make even Anthony Davis blush, as he was always getting surgery for his broken legs and feet, starting as early as high school. Despite having a body made of glass, Walton was one of the most impressive centers on the court. In his first 4 seasons in the league, he was a rebounding champion, he was a blocks champion, he made 2 all-defense teams, he was a league MVP, he was an NBA champion, and he was the finals MVP. He was an elite passer for a big man, and he was one of the all-time great rebounders and rim protectors. Although he dragged his career out until his mid-30s, he was never able to play a prime season without injuries. One can only imagine the kind of resume this man would have built if he was never cursed with arguably the most frail body that the game has ever seen. Number 2. Derrick Rose. At the time tragedy struck, Derrick Rose was younger than most of the players on this list. When he was with the Chicago Bulls, the 6'3" point guard was one of the most explosive players that the game had ever seen. His elite combination of speed, quickness, and leaping ability made him an absolute menace in fast break situations, and around the rim, he established himself as one of the all-time great finishers. After a monstrous season where he led the Bulls to a 62-20 record in 2011, he was rewarded with a league MVP at the age of 22, which made him the youngest MVP winner in the history of the NBA. Usually, superstar players win their first MVP award when they're around 8 to 10 years older, yet Rose was already in the mix of the best players in the league, despite being one of the youngest players in the game. At this point, his potential seemed off the charts, as the Bulls appeared as if they were on their way to being perennial contenders. But in the first game of the 2012 playoff season, Derrick Rose tore his ACL, which forever hindered the explosiveness that he once had in his youth. Despite returning to the court, Rose would never be an MVP candidate again, and he never even returned to an NBA All-Star game for that matter. Number 1. Len Bias. One of the greatest athletic potentials that the game has ever seen also turns out to be one of the most tragic stories of sports history. Len Bias was a 6' 8" forward out of the University of Maryland, who had a deep bag of skills. He was an athletic and strong force, and he had a smooth mid-range jumper, and was a tremendous rebounder. For a player who was only in his early 20s, Bias appeared as if he had already grown into his fully matured man body, which only led people to further imagine what kind of athlete he would be in his eventual prime. Bias wasn't just merely a great basketball player, but he was good enough to go toe-to-toe with Michael Jordan, as the two players regularly had epic battles in college. Not only did the stars appear to be great adversaries, but they looked as if they would one day have a great rivalry in the NBA. Thanks to a major trade several years earlier, the defending champion Boston Celtics had the second overall pick in the 1986 NBA draft, and they used the pick to take the highly anticipated Len Bias, setting him up to learn under the wing of Larry Bird, while immediately competing for championships. Tragically, just hours after being drafted by the Celtics, Len Bias passed away due to drug use that caused him to have a fatal seizure. Again, there's no guarantee that he would have developed into a star at all, but based on his talent in college, based on his level of competition, and based on the situation he was heading into, I'm very comfortable putting him in the number 1 spot on my list.
Basketball is a game defined by moments. With just one shot, a player's legacy can be redefined for decades to come. Throughout the years, the greats have hit plenty of clutch shots that have been ingrained into our memories. But what about the ones that were not as fortunate? Today, we're looking at some of the most significant single shots of league history and pondering what could have been if that shot had actually gone in. First, let me make this very clear. This is not a rankings list of the most significant shots, and this video doesn't contain all the great what-if shots either, just some of them. There's plenty more of these shots to address, so if you enjoy this video, let me know and I can make more of them in the future. So without further ado, let's get into it. Vince Carter in Game 7 of the 2001 Eastern Conference Semifinals. This series was one of the great individual playoff battles of league history, as both Allen Iverson and Vince Carter were each in the prime of their careers. Several times, each star had exploded for at least 50 points during the series, and now the stars would clash for one last time in a 7th and deciding game in Philadelphia. Almost all of you know the result of this series, as Allen Iverson's 76ers famously made it to the NBA Finals and stole a game from the previously undefeated Los Angeles Lakers, which was sealed with his iconic jumper over Tyronn Lue. In an instant, Iverson's most iconic moment was nearly wiped from history, as it was a 1-point game with only 2 seconds left and Toronto was inbounding the ball. Vince got the ball, and after a great pump fake, he had a surprisingly clean look at the basket, but just missed. If Carter hits that shot, it sends the Raptors to the Eastern Conference Finals and completely changes both his and Allen Iverson's legacy. There's no guarantee that Toronto would have been able to get past a strong Milwaukee Bucks team in the Eastern Conference Finals, but if they did, there's a possibility that the roles would have been reversed, and the respect and adoration we have for Iverson's effort in the 01 Finals would have now gone to Carter, as he would have had his own shot against the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Robert Horry in Game 5 of the 2003 Western Conference Semifinals. When it comes to Big Shot Bob, we've become so accustomed to seeing his highlights of him hitting the biggest shots when they mattered most. But unfortunately, this monumental shot is all you need to know that everyone has their highs and their lows. As we reflect on basketball history, we know that the San Antonio Spurs were the 2003 NBA champions, as Tim Duncan had his greatest playoff series of his career and one of the greatest finals performances of league history. But one single shot had that all in serious jeopardy. It was in the West semifinals where the Lakers and Spurs were tied at 2 games apiece, and a battle of a pivotal 5th game in San Antonio. The Lakers weren't just defending their title, but they were attempting to win their 4th straight championship, while the Spurs were on the verge of winning their 2nd and their 1st of the new decade. The Lakers had rallied from a major deficit, and Kobe had the ball with only 10 seconds left in the game, with all-time great defender Bruce Bowen all over him. When he kicked it to Horry, I thought for sure it was going in, and it was about as close as it possibly could have been, right as time was expiring. If Horry hits this shot, then the Lakers lead the series heading into Game 6. If they end up eliminating the Spurs, then there's a good chance they go all the way to the finals and defeat the New Jersey Nets, which is the same team they swept out of the previous finals. In the big picture, this would mean that Kobe would have 6 championship rings, equaling him to Michael Jordan's total. Tim Duncan would have only 4, and Shaq and Kobe would have won 4 straight titles, which is a feat that not even Jordan and Pippen accomplished, but only Bill Russell's Celtics in the 1960s. To simply say that the shot had a significant impact on NBA history would be a massive understatement. Larry Bird in Game 4 of the 1987 NBA Finals. It was the final matchup of the decade between the greatest rivals of NBA history, Magic Johnson's Lakers and Larry Bird's Celtics. Boston was in a must-win situation as they were down in the series 2-1. It was an exciting game throughout, and the final couple minutes had numerous lead changes. Magic hit one of the most iconic shots of finals history as he drilled the baby skyhook over the outstretched arm of Kevin McHale. The Lakers were now up by 1 point, but it was Larry Bird who would get the final opportunity to take the game. With the inbounds pass coming to him, Larry would have the chance to make the same shot he made just a couple plays earlier. But unfortunately for Boston, it was just a bit long, and the Lakers won the game, taking a commanding 3-1 lead. If Larry hit that shot, this series would have been tied at 2 games apiece, and assuming the rest of the series plays out the same way, Boston would have won Game 5 and the Lakers win Game 6, meaning there would have been a 7th and deciding game. In this scenario, if the Celtics go on to defeat the Lakers in 7 games, then Larry Bird's final ring count would have been 4, and Magic Johnson's final ring count would have been 4 as well, which honestly seems like a more fitting and poetic way for the equally great rivals to have ended their NBA careers. John Stockton in Game 6 of the 1998 NBA Finals. Everyone knows about this series and about this sequence, as Michael Jordan hit the championship-winning shot with 5.2 seconds remaining. The thing is, John Stockton was a great 3-point shooter, and had just hit a clutch 3-pointer just a few moments earlier. With Ron Harper defending him, Stockton got a decent look, and came up just short on what would have been the game-winning basket, which would have tied the series at 3 games apiece and forced a Game 7 in Utah. Now I know Jordan stans will act like there's no possible way Jordan could have lost a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. And if that's you, then I don't blame you for being so convinced of that, but at least consider the circumstances for a minute. If John Stockton hits that shot and forces Game 7, then they would have been playing in Utah, where the Jazz had won 3 out of their 4 home games against the Bulls that season. Also consider that Scottie Pippen was dealing with major back problems throughout Game 6, so it's questionable whether or not he would have been available for Game 7. And even if he was, would he have had that much of a positive impact in his condition? Then you factor in that Jordan was 35 years old and was absolutely exhausted from carrying his team offensively in Game 6, as he scored 45 of his Bulls' 87 points on 35 shot attempts. If push comes to shove, I may have bet on Michael Jordan in Game 7, but if Stockton makes that shot in Game 6, anything would have been possible. Patrick Ewing in Game 7 of the 1995 Eastern Conference Semifinals. Maybe this isn't the most impactful shot from a big picture standpoint, but for Knicks fans who are old enough to witness it, this one still hurts to this day. Back then, Reggie Miller and his Indiana Pacers had a fierce and physical rivalry with Patrick Ewing's Knicks, as this was the 3rd straight season that the two teams met up in the East playoffs. It's down to the final 30 seconds, and after a ridiculously clutch and difficult 3 by John Starks, Indiana's lead is cut down to just 2 points. Then after Mark Jackson's miss, the Knicks secure the rebound and have the opportunity to push the game to overtime. With 5 seconds left, New York inbounds the ball to their best player, Patrick Ewing, and after a spin move, he's met with very little resistance at the rim, but blows the biggest layup of his life. If Ewing made this layup, then his legacy changes forever, as this blown layup is the most memorable play that sums up his reputation as a choker. The Knicks also would have had the last laugh in one of the greatest rivalries of the 90s, and they would have gone on to face the talented Orlando Magic in the East Finals. Although it's unlikely that the Knicks would have gone on to defeat the Magic and then also the Rockets in the NBA Finals, regardless, it still has fans in the Big Apple asking themselves, what if?
Let me take you back in time. It's the 06 to 07 NBA season. We're in the NBA playoffs and the Western Conference is just as competitive as ever before. The 8th seeded Warriors had just shockingly upset the 1st seeded Dallas Mavericks. The veteran-led San Antonio Spurs appeared poised for yet another deep postseason run, and the Phoenix Suns were looking as if they were finally ready to win their first championship in franchise history, as they were led by the recent back-to-back MVP winner. And unlike the previous season, the Suns were actually completely healthy in time for the playoffs. With the defending Western Conference champions now eliminated from the playoffs, everyone understood quite well that the two strongest teams remaining in the West were the San Antonio Spurs and the Phoenix Suns. At this point in history, the Western Conference was considered to be much stronger than the Eastern Conference. So the popular belief was that whoever won the matchup between the Spurs and Suns would be the eventual championship winner. As the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed, these two teams were meeting up in the 2007 West semifinals. Leading up to this series, the last time we saw these two teams meet up in the playoffs was in 2005, where the Spurs eliminated the Suns out of the conference finals in just 5 games. Phoenix had grown much stronger since then though, as their defense had significantly improved, and they gained some much-needed postseason experience. When the 07 series finally began, it was every bit as competitive as people were hoping it would be. After 3 games, San Antonio was up in the series 2-1, but Phoenix was leading Game 4 heading into the final minutes. A Game 4 victory for Phoenix would not only tie the series, but it would put them in a commanding position, as they would be taking back home court advantage with Games 5 and 7 being played in Phoenix. Now heading into the final moments of Game 4, the series had been a physical one so far. Steve Nash accidentally collided heads with Tony Parker and gruesomely busted his nose. The nose would be re-aggravated several times throughout the series, and due to this, his superstar teammate Amari Stoudemire said that there was a high priority on protecting their MVP winning leader. So with that in mind, let's return to the final few minutes of Game 4. Phoenix is up by 3 points with only seconds left in the game, which means that San Antonio is in a must-foul situation. As Nash has the ball, he's sprinting into the front court, which is where Robert Horry meets him to deliver a strong hip check. With unnecessarily rough contact and seemingly no play on the basketball whatsoever, this was quickly deemed as a flagrant foul on Robert Horry. Obviously, after seeing the 6'10 Robert Horry take a cheap shot on their 6'3 point guard, the Suns team had a very emotional and visceral reaction. Phoenix players like Raja Bell, Sean Marion, and Leandro Barbosa were all physically involved in the commotion on the court. But even with that being the case, none of those players ended up being the central focus of the event. When you draw your attention to the Suns bench, you'll see a couple of players leave their seats and approach the commotion. Among those players was their superstar and their leading scorer, Amari Stoudemire, who was only on the bench in the first place because he had 5 personal fouls. Who also left the bench was their 6'8 power forward, Boris Diaw, who did a little bit of everything for the Suns and was certainly a key part of their rotation. So at this point, unless you're familiar with this historical event, you're probably wondering why Stoudemire and Diaw even matter in this situation. Well, it actually has to do with the NBA's sensitive mindset at that point in time. Before that series had taken place, just a few years earlier, the famous Malice at the Palace happened, which was a giant brawl involving the Pistons, Pacers, and the Detroit crowd. Without a doubt, this horrible event was one of the worst evenings in NBA history, and the league's commissioner at the time, David Stern, vowed to never let something like this ever happen again. As a result, the league immediately became much more strict, punishing players more quickly for technical fouls and doing everything they could to discourage players from escalating potentially dangerous situations. One of the measures that the NBA took was reinforcing the incredibly harsh consequences for any bench players who get involved in an altercation. In the NBA rulebook on Rule number 12, Section 7, letter C, it states that during an altercation, all players not participating in the game must remain in the immediate vicinity of their bench. Violators will be subject to suspension without pay for a minimum of 1 game and fined up to $50,000. This was the rule that they ultimately enforced on Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw, as they were both ultimately suspended for the crucial 5th game in Phoenix. These were the averages of Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw throughout the first 4 games, and this was the level of production that the Suns were now going to miss in Game 5. Despite being severely short-handed, Phoenix still challenged the Spurs in Game 5, ultimately losing the game by just 3 points. And as expected, with now home court advantage and morale on their side, San Antonio closed out the series in the 6th game. If the suspensions never took place, then Phoenix likely wins Game 5. And with Game 7 eventually being played in their building, it's hard to envision the Suns losing that series at full strength. I'm not even a Phoenix Suns fan, but as a basketball fan, this decision to severely punish the Suns in this extremely important series was tremendously frustrating for several reasons. For one, the NBA clearly made this decision in light of their paranoia from the Malice at the Palace. And if this had occurred on most other years, severe punishments likely wouldn't have been ensued. It was also frustrating because the NBA has been extremely inconsistent throughout the years about enforcing this rule. And there have been many other instances, before and since, where players came off the bench to get involved and were not suspended. So to all of a sudden take extreme measures in a pivotal playoff series that ultimately decided the championship seems like a gross misuse of power. And maybe the biggest reason why it's frustrating is because they essentially rewarded Robert Horry for committing the cheap shot. If Horry did it on purpose just to entice the Phoenix players to leave their bench to support their teammate, then it was a ruthlessly brilliant decision, regardless of it being morally reprehensible. Again, the winner of this series was going to be on cruise control for the NBA championship. Before the playoffs began, people initially believed it was going to be the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals, but instead it was the 4th-seeded Utah Jazz, who the San Antonio Spurs dealt with quickly in just 5 games. And then, in the NBA Finals, they easily swept the overachieving and the inexperienced Cleveland Cavaliers. Likely because of this decision to suspend Stoudemire and Diaw, the Phoenix Suns organization still doesn't have an NBA championship banner to this very day, and a former 2-time MVP winner like Steve Nash is frequently criticized for simply having statistics that didn't lead to winning, when in reality, he was stripped of his legitimate opportunity to win. Honestly, it still blows my mind that the players who were most severely punished for the event were guys who were literally not involved in the original altercation. For goodness sake, Raja Bell put his hands on Horry and shoved him, and he was not suspended, but yet Stoudemire and Diaw, who simply stepped forward a few feet, were disqualified from Game 5. In the end, we can only imagine just how much this truly changed history in the grand scheme of things. With the title, Nash is likely considered as one of the select few greatest point guards of all time. Without a ring in 2007, Tim Duncan's legacy and reputation certainly takes a hit, and even a head coach like Mike D'Antoni is probably viewed in a much more positive light by the basketball community with a ring on his finger. So what do you guys think? Was the punishment fit for the offense, or was the NBA overreacting in this scenario? Also, if this is not it, what do you think was the worst decision that the NBA has ever made? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below.
Number 10. Klay Thompson to the Timberwolves. In 2014, the Warriors were seen as just short of being contenders, and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry were just on the verge of establishing themselves as superstars within the league. At this point, Kevin Love was already seen as a legit star for Minnesota, but the relationship between Love and the Wolves had grown cold. Negotiations were ongoing, but among the trade offers from Golden State included players like Draymond Green, Harrison Barnes, David Lee, and of course Klay Thompson. Jerry West was a consultant for the Warriors at the time, and he threatened to resign from the Warriors staff if the team decided to trade Thompson. At the time, most Warriors fans would have desired Kevin Love over Thompson, but after West's ultimatum, the Warriors decided to hold on to their sharpshooting talent, and the rest is history. Number 9. Chris Paul to the Lakers. Of all the near trades on this list, this one was the closest to actually materializing, as for about a 45-minute window, it seemed as if it was a foregone conclusion. The Lakers would have given up both Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom, but the pairing of Paul and Bryant would have certainly made them contenders in the Western Conference. Los Angeles also had Andrew Bynum on the roster before he was inevitably traded for Dwight Howard 1 year later. Whether it was a trio involving Bynum or Howard, it would have been tough for Los Angeles to have got by the San Antonio Spurs or the Miami Heat, but they at least would have had a chance. Due to the recent resurgence of super teams, small market owners were furious at the Lakers' acquisition of Paul and demanded that the commissioner David Stern block the trade. Stern did just that, and later released a statement saying it was for, quote, basketball reasons. In the end, this is only now remembered as one of the most frustrating days of Lakers history. Number 8. Scottie Pippen to the Supersonics. If you've seen The Last Dance, then you'll remember Scottie Pippen having an icy relationship with the Bulls general manager, Jerry Krause. Due to this, Pippen was constantly among trade discussions, and one of the times he was in the summer of 1994. It was shortly after Michael Jordan's first retirement, and the Bulls management was considering a full rebuild. At the time, the player in consideration was the Seattle Supersonics dynamic power forward Shawn Kemp. Later on, Kemp would have made for an interesting running mate for Jordan in Chicago, while the tandem of Scottie Pippen and Gary Payton would have made for one of the greatest perimeter defenses that the game has ever seen. Fortunately for Chicago fans, the Bulls ultimately decided not to deal their star small forward, as Pippen went on to win his 4th, 5th, and 6th championship with Chicago. Number 7. Kevin Garnett to the Lakers. Ultimately, the trade partner ended up being Boston, where KG went on to win his lone championship and the league's Defensive Player of the Year. But before that, one of the near destination landings for the big ticket was in Los Angeles. Garnett had always been vocal about his desire to play with Kobe Bryant, and it nearly happened as the Lakers were offering a trade package that included both Andrew Bynum and Lamar Odom. In this case, it was the Timberwolves who decided against it, as they held out for a better deal, which in their mind ended up being the Celtics offer in the summer of 2007. Would Garnett and Kobe have won championships together? With KG on the roster, it's unlikely that they ever make the Kwame Brown trade for Pau Gasol, so it's debatable whether or not that would have been a better thing for the Lakers in the long run, but at the very least, it makes for one intriguing what-if scenario. Number 6. Tracy McGrady to the 76ers. T-Mac's early years were famously spent with his fellow star, Vince Carter. The thing is, McGrady hadn't quite yet developed into the superstar that he would become in Orlando, so around the turn of the millennium, Toronto was prematurely evaluating their trade options. Before eventually settling on Orlando, McGrady was strongly being pursued by the Philadelphia 76ers. The main piece being offered was the shooting guard Larry Hughes. If the trade had materialized, it would have created a superstar tandem of Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson, each as they were entering the prime of their careers. The two stars would have almost certainly dominated the Eastern Conference, considering how relatively weak the conference was in the early 2000s. Number 5. Charles Barkley to the Lakers. Turns out that a lot of the great what-if trades of basketball history involve the purple and gold, and in this case, it was for the all-time great power forward Charles Barkley. In 1992, the relationship between Barkley and the 76ers had soured, and although they eventually dealt Sir Charles to the Phoenix Suns, before that, he was nearly dealt to the Lakers.
Reportedly, the package was Barkley and Ron Anderson for James Worthy and Eldon Campbell. It would have been just after Magic Johnson retired, but it also would have been just a few years before Shaq and Kobe were acquired. So it's no guarantee that the Lakers would have been contenders in the West. But at the very least, Charles was the league MVP the following season when he played in Phoenix. So he would have made them a viable threat until Shaquille O'Neal signed later on. Number 4. Steph Curry to the Milwaukee Bucks. In 2012, Steph Curry hadn't quite developed yet into the MVP superstar who would transform the league. In fact, he could barely stay on the court, as he was struggling through numerous ankle injuries. At the time, the Warriors were interested in acquiring the center Andrew Bogut from Milwaukee, and they did eventually get him in a trade, but one of the initial trade packages would have been involving Steph Curry. Obviously, a move like this would have had a tremendous effect on basketball history as we know it, as in this scenario, the Warriors franchise never becomes a dynasty. It's a large assumption to think that the Bucks would have simply drafted Giannis just a couple years later, when Curry almost certainly would have affected the draft position of the team. With that being said, considering how Milwaukee liked Giannis and picked him later in the first round, there's still a decent possibility that the tandem would have formulated. Number 3. Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash to the Raptors. Both were nearly traded together from the Dallas Mavericks to the Toronto Raptors. Both Dirk and Nash still have some things to prove as individual superstars, while Toronto's Vince Carter was at the height of his powers. The proposed trade was Dirk and Nash for Vince Carter and Antonio Davis. In hindsight, this is an obviously lopsided trade in favor of Toronto, but it didn't quite appear that way at the time, which is why Toronto's general manager was the one who ultimately declined the trade, opting to keep his superstar Vince Carter. Over the next several years, Dirk and Nash combined would each win numerous MVPs and an NBA championship, which left the Raptors organization feeling like they committed one of the more regrettable decisions of NBA history. Number 2. Kobe Bryant to the Chicago Bulls. In the summer of 2007, after back-to-back first-round exits to the Phoenix Suns, Kobe was extremely frustrated with the state of the Lakers, which is understandable since they had starters like Smush Parker, Luke Walton, and Kwame Brown. With a lack of a contender, which was promised to him when he signed a few years earlier, Kobe publicly demanded a trade elsewhere. Since Kobe had a no-trade clause, he gave the Lakers management a short list of teams that he was willing to go to, and among those teams was the Chicago Bulls. Reportedly, the Lakers and the Bulls had agreed to a deal, which would have sent Tyrese Thomas, Ben Gordon, Joakim Noah, and Luol Deng to Los Angeles for Kobe Bryant, but the Mamba ended up blocking the deal. The thing is, Kobe didn't want to go to a Chicago team that was devoid of talent, and in Kobe's own words, it would have been like going from one bad situation to another. Kobe said the only way he would approve a deal to Chicago is if Luol Deng was still there to play with him. Under these restrictions, the two teams were never able to make an agreement. Obviously, as a Lakers fan, I'm glad Kobe had a 20-year career with the Lakers, but it would have been at least interesting to see his career unfold in Chicago. He would have been playing in the shadow of the great Michael Jordan, and it would have been interesting to see if he could fill those shoes. It also would have put him in the same conference as LeBron James, where they would have inevitably had numerous battles in the NBA playoffs. Number 1. Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler to the Houston Rockets. In my opinion, this is the greatest what-if trade of NBA history, and frankly, it's not even close. So let me first paint the picture. It's draft day 1984, and the Rockets have the first overall pick in the draft, followed by the Blazers with the second pick and the Bulls with the third pick. Obviously, in reality, we know how the draft went down. Hakeem Olajuwon was taken first by the Houston Rockets, Sam Bowie was taken second by the Blazers, which was a mistake to say the least, and Michael Jordan was taken third by Chicago. The thing is, there was a pre-selection trade in place which would have landed Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Clyde Drexler all as teammates on the Houston Rockets. So essentially, the Rockets already had Hakeem Olajuwon and the Hall of Famer Ralph Sampson on the roster. Both were superstar big men who were each capable of playing the center position. Due to this, some saw Houston's Ralph Sampson as an expendable asset. Portland was interested in acquiring their own star big man in an era that was dominated by players at the center position. So an offer was in place that would have sent the second overall pick and Clyde Drexler to the Houston Rockets for Ralph Sampson. Hakeem Olajuwon talked about this proposed offer in his book called Living the Dream, and he said that if the deal had gone through, the Rockets would have taken Hakeem with the first pick, Michael Jordan with the second pick, and obviously they would have had Clyde Drexler as well. Theoretically, this would have formed the scariest big three on paper that the league has ever seen. Believe it or not, it was actually Houston who declined the offer and decided to stick with their twin tower tandem of Hakeem and Sampson. It's not like Houston ended up being total failures for declining this offer, considering how they still went on to win multiple championships with Hakeem. But hypothetically, if they had Hakeem, Jordan, and Drexler all since 1984, how many championships could they have won? 8? 10? 12? Let me know your estimation.
If you followed my channel for a while, maybe you've noticed that I tend to go on imagination overload, as I continuously ask myself what could have happened if these situations played out differently. Today, I'm looking at this question through the lens of some of the greatest performances of NBA history, specifically the all-time great performances that were cut short for one reason or another. What if those players remained in the game until the final buzzer sounded? What kind of records would we be looking at today, and how would it change our perceptions of those legends? Today, I'll do my best to answer that as we marvel at what was and what could have been. The majority of this video is dominated by two players specifically, and the first of those is Kobe Bryant. Kobe was known to heat up quickly as an offensive player, and although that attribute translated to many historic evenings, several of those never even saw a fourth quarter. Kobe had 5 games in his career where he scored over 50 points through the first 3 quarters, and in only one of those games did he actually play in the fourth quarter, and unsurprisingly, that happened to be the night he scored 81 points. The first time he did that was on January 14, 2002 against the Memphis Grizzlies. Shaq had been suspended for several games for basically trying to end Brad Miller on the spot. Fortunately, Shaq is more accurate with his free throws than his punches. Without the big fella available down low, Kobe took it upon himself to carry the Lakers offensively, and that's exactly what he did, as the Mamba was blazing throughout, dropping 56 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 61.8% shooting. The Lakers were up by 39 points at the end of the third quarter, so he sat out the entirety of the fourth. Considering how Kobe had 53 points through 3 quarters of the 81 game, at the very least, he had a chance of reaching 80 points on this evening as well. The second instance was February 12, 2003 against the Denver Nuggets. Once again, Shaq was not available during this stretch, so Kobe had to lead the Lakers offensively. This was actually the third game of Kobe's famous streak of 9 straight 40-point games, and this was probably the most impressive. Through 3 quarters of play, Kobe had amassed a total of 51 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals on 53.6% shooting. Due to this one-man onslaught, his Lakers were up by 33 points at the end of the third quarter, and once again, Kobe didn't play a second of the fourth quarter. The third instance was on December 20th, 2005 against the Dallas Mavericks. You all know about this game, so I won't talk about it too long, but this was Kobe's famous 62 points in only 3 quarters, which is arguably the most impressive scoring performance of all time. It was 9 points more than what Kobe had through 3 quarters in the 81-point game. If Kobe had a fourth quarter just like the third quarter of this game, or like the fourth quarter of the Raptors game, then he would have finished with 90 or 92 points. Honestly, I don't even think that's the craziest thing he passed up by sitting out the fourth quarter. At the end of the third, the scoreboard read the Mavericks 61, Kobe 62. In the history of the league, no single player has ever finished with more points than the opposing team, and Kobe had a very realistic shot of achieving it on this evening. Keep in mind that he nearly did this against a Mavericks team that was in the better half of the league defensively, and went on to the NBA Finals that season. Instead, Kobe settled with a mere total of 62 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals on 58.1% shooting. The last instance that Kobe did this was on November 30th, 2006 against the Utah Jazz. It didn't matter that the Mamba was being guarded by the defensively elite Andrei Kirilenko, as he had one of the most efficient scoring explosions of his career. At one stretch, he hit 11 straight shots without a miss, en route to a third quarter stat line of 52 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists on 73.1% shooting. With the Lakers up by 22 points at the end of the third quarter, the Mamba comfortably rested the remainder of the evening. If the Mamba had played in the fourth quarter of each of these games, then we're looking at a resume today of a handful of 70-point games, several 80-point games, and possibly even a 90-point performance. If anyone ever bothers to call Kobe a stat patter, gently remind them of all the stats that the Mamba passed up. On December 5th, 2016, against the Indiana Pacers, Klay had his own three-quarter eruption. Many people describe Thompson as the ultimate catch-and-shoot type of player, and no game sums that up better than this one. He didn't need to play in the fourth quarter. In fact, he only played 29 minutes of the game, and in that time, he dropped 60 points on 63.6% shooting. He did all of this on only 11 dribbles in the game, which speaks to his talent and his unique skill set. Klay is one of only 2 players to score at least 50 points in less than 30 minutes of playing time. The other player we'll get to later in the video. Thanks to this dominant display, his Warriors were up by 33 points at the end of the third, which is why he didn't see a second of the fourth. Another Klay onslaught was cut short on January 23, 2015 against the Sacramento Kings. This is where Thompson famously set the record for the most points ever scored in a single quarter when he dropped 37. He finished the game with 52 points, 5 assists, 2 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks on 64% shooting. In that iconic quarter, he made up 37 of the Warriors' 41 points. His third quarter was literally perfect, as he went 13 of 13 from the field, 9 of 9 from three-point range, and 2 of 2 from the free throw line. The thing is, because of the blowout, he only played in 2 minutes and 32 seconds of the fourth quarter. Not only was he sitting on 52 with a significant amount of game left, but he had also made 11 threes at that point. If he had remained in the game, he could have possibly got the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a single game. Speaking of which, the last Klay Thompson game was on October 29, 2018, and what I believe is his most interesting what-if on this list. It was against the lowly Chicago Bulls, who had no answer for his sniping throughout. On this evening, Klay set the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a single game, with a total of 14. But what's absurd is that he set this record with 4 minutes and 53 seconds left in the third quarter. Not only did Klay not play in the fourth, but he didn't play in the final 16 minutes of the game. Not only could Klay have added to his impressive totals of 52 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, but he also could have amassed a total of 3-pointers that may have never been challenged for as long as we live. On November 30th, 2019, James Harden exploded for one of his highest scoring contests against the Atlanta Hawks. This was during the peak of Harden's prime as a scorer, as the lowly Hawks had no answers for him anywhere on the court, as he dropped 60 points, 8 assists, 3 rebounds, and 3 steals on 66.7% shooting. I'm sure there's a part of Harden that wanted to play, as reaching the 80-point threshold would obviously do a tremendous amount for his legacy. But if he had continued to play, it would have been the most unnecessary fourth quarter on this list, as the Rockets were leading the Hawks by as many as 50 points in the third quarter. On February 9th, 2019, Damian Lillard had a career night, lighting up the Sacramento Kings in only 3 quarters. He's yet another player who becomes extremely dangerous as he warms up from the perimeter, and the Kings learned that the hard way, as he poured in 50 points, 6 assists, and 3 steals on 61.5% shooting, including 8 three-pointers. He did that incredible stat line in only 29 minutes of play, which put him right beside Klay Thompson as the only players to ever reach 50 points in less than 30 minutes of game time. The Blazers had an 18-point lead at the end of the third, and the reserves held strong, allowing Lillard to spend the entirety of the fourth quarter on the bench. For this next one, we're going way back in time. On April 9th, 1978, the Iceman George Gervin put on a show for the ages. This evening in the NBA was actually pretty fascinating, as it was the last night of the regular season, and the Celtics legend John Havlicek was playing his final game, which drew all of the media's attention. Unfortunately, that meant that the scoring race and the performances of David Thompson and George Gervin were not caught on film. David Thompson dropped 73 points to take the lead of the league scoring crown ahead of Gervin. George would then need to score 49 points against the New Orleans Jazz to take the scoring crown back from Thompson, and he was well aware of this. Well, Gervin scored 53 points in the first half. With their playoff seeding already locked in place, Gervin stayed in the game just long enough to pass David Thompson, as he finished with 63 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals on 46.9% shooting. His Spurs were blown out 153 to 132, but it was never about that, as San Antonio was content to rest their stars for the playoffs. Gervin didn't play in the fourth quarter and played only a total of 33 minutes. At the very least, an 80-point performance was in the realm of possibility if George really wanted it. The last performance on this list has a different spin to it. It came from Larry Bird on February 18, 1985 against the Utah Jazz. During his prime, Larry was known for filling up the stat sheet, but one game summed that up better than any other. In a blowout victory, Larry Legend put up a total of 30 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, and 9 steals on 59.1% shooting. The thing is, Larry didn't even play in the fourth quarter. Even crazier than that, he only played 33 minutes. Only 4 players in NBA history have ever achieved the illustrious quadruple-double, but none of those players did it in 3 quarters. At that point in history, only one player had achieved the quadruple-double. Not only could he have easily been only the second player to do it if he had simply played in the fourth quarter, but he had also tied the NBA record for the most steals in a game with 9. Just one more steal would have secured the record as his own, but Larry truly only cared about winning, so he passed that up too. So now it's your turn. I've got 2 questions for you guys. 1, which one of these performances was the most impressive? And 2, if you could see only one of these performances played out till the final buzzer, which game would it be? Let me know in the comments section below. When we talk about the legend that is Wilt Chamberlain, a lot of divisive topics tend to come up, and one of the most notable ones is how he played an insane amount of minutes. Most famously was his 48.5 minutes per game average in 1962. That's more minutes than there are in a regulation game. This was possible because of the overtime games that he played that season. Other than an instance where he had been ejected by the referee, he played every single minute of the 1961-62 season. I feel like I have an objective view on this topic. For one, obviously Wilt is going to have a statistical advantage by playing the entirety of basketball games. Maybe not in terms of efficiency, but certainly in terms of totals and averages. On the other hand, I do think it's worth giving Wilt credit for having the stamina and conditioning to last all 48 minutes, because if every star could do it while remaining extremely effective, then every superstar would. So hypothetically, what if the greatest players of all time played all 48 minutes just like Wilt Chamberlain did? Assuming they had the stamina to endure that, what kind of numbers and achievements would have been possible? Well, let's dig into it, starting by looking at some of the best seasons of my other 8 GOAT candidates if they played all 48. Let's start with the face of Showtime, Magic Johnson. One of his best individual seasons was his MVP campaign in 1989, and under 48 minutes, that translates to a remarkable 28.8 points, 16.4 assists, and 10.1 rebounds on 50.9% shooting. Again, under the stress of the extra load of minutes, maybe his efficiency would suffer a bit, but at the very least, this is his per 48 minutes numbers. How about Larry Bird? One of his best seasons was in 1988, which translates to 36.8 points, 11.4 rebounds, and 7.6 assists on 50-40-90 percentages. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a beast in 1971, and his numbers are 37.9 points, 19 rebounds, and 4 assists on 57.7% shooting. Tim Duncan had his historic run in 2003, and he's averaging north of 28 points, nearly 16 rebounds, and 5 assists on 51.3% shooting. How about Kobe's revered 05-06 season? In this scenario, he's putting up over 41 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 45% shooting. The ultimate winner, Bill Russell, had a legendary start to his career in 1958, which is now nearly 21 points, 28.4 rebounds, which is higher than anything Wilt Chamberlain ever did, and 3.7 assists on 44.2% shooting. LeBron James's best year is arguably his 2012-13 MVP campaign, where his Heat won 33 straight games, and now his numbers are 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists on 56.5% shooting. Michael Jordan has a few seasons to choose from, but arguably his statistical best was in 1987, which is now 44.5 points, 6.3 rebounds, and 5.5 assists on 48.2% shooting. This is the list of my GOAT candidates. Which of their individual seasons stand out the most? The funny thing is, although these are the players that are most often seen as the greatest, there is arguably much stronger stat lines, especially in recent years. Luka Doncic, in only his second season, had a per 48 stat line of 41 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists on 46.3% shooting. That makes Oscar Robertson's triple-double season look cute by comparison. Another example is James Harden's 18-19 season with the Rockets, which was a stat line of an insane 47.2 points, 9.8 assists, and 8.7 rebounds on 47.2% shooting. And finally, Giannis's historic 2020 season with 46 points, 21 rebounds, and 9 assists on 55.3% shooting. When you look at this per 48-minute stat line from Giannis, we begin to understand how the numbers Wilt Chamberlain put up in his prime were actually possible. What's interesting is that even if you prorate every season to 48 minutes, Wilt Chamberlain's 1962 season still is the highest scoring season of NBA history. What's also interesting is how 4 out of the top 6 spots all happen to be within the last 4 seasons. As far as rebounds, Bill Russell now takes the top spot. Between Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, they own the top 17 seasons of NBA history. The top 25 spots are all owned by players from the 1960s, which really tells you how inflated the rebounding numbers were during that era. Concerning assists per game, John Stockton owns the top 4 spots, with some truly absurd numbers. Based on this metric, he's putting up a 2020 game with assists nearly every night. These are the top seasons in steals per game, with the extremely underrated Alvin Robertson taking 3 out of the top 5 spots on the list. I'm definitely much overdue on making his own solo video. For blocks per game, the top 4 spots of the list are owned by the 7'7" Manute Bol and the 7'4" Mark Eaton, with blocks averages that seemed only possible if your name was Wilt Chamberlain. But as you can see, some video game numbers actually become attainable when the great players play all 48 minutes. Much of what this video confirms is what I already suspected. A lot of what Wilt Chamberlain accomplished isn't actually as ridiculous as it initially sounded. But the reason why we rarely see players put up numbers like he did is because they never give themselves the opportunity to in the first place because they have limited minutes. Although Wilt Chamberlain is the only player to average 48 minutes per game, this minutes inflation advantage isn't pertaining to him alone. Most superstars of his era were given a workload that would be seen as preposterous by today's standards. In the current NBA, not a single player averages at least 39 minutes per game. 60 years ago, 7 superstar players averaged north of 40 minutes per game. And keep in mind, that was at a time when the NBA had less than 1/3 of the players that it has in the league today. My takeaway from this video is that there is obviously an advantage to playing all 48 minutes. But with that being said, there's a reason why only one player has ever done it before. And maybe the fact that Wilt Chamberlain was a fantastic track athlete is part of the reason why he was able to manage such a heavy workload. It's hard to say for sure. So now it's your turn. If there was any player other than Wilt Chamberlain who was asked to play all 48 minutes, which superstar do you think would have handled that the best? Let me know in the comments section below. Also, shout out to Randall for suggesting this video. Hope you enjoyed it.
As most basketball fans already know, Tracy McGrady was simply one of the most talented players to ever play the game. As Kobe Bryant once described him, he was a player who had all the skills and athleticism, but in a 6'9" frame. At his peak, he was averaging as high as 32 points per game, and he's famously known for his iconic comeback over the San Antonio Spurs, where he scored 13 points in only 35 seconds. As talented as McGrady was, his potential reached even higher. but unfortunately, his chronic back injuries disrupted his career and stunted his progression, making him one of the greatest what-ifs of basketball history. With that being said, we still got to witness McGrady perform at an elite level for roughly 7 seasons straight, and within that window, many stories and legacy-defining moments took place that much of the basketball community have since forgotten. Today, we're tackling the story of Tracy McGrady's career and evaluating the events that took place when his legacy was on the line. When McGrady entered the league, he was an 18-year-old kid straight out of high school who would take time to blossom into the superstar we know. T-Mac was only operating as a role player in his time in Toronto, while his cousin Vince Carter was operating as the franchise player and the talk of the town. In his last season as a member of the Raptors, McGrady made the NBA playoffs but was swept out of the first round in 3 games by the New York Knicks. Unfortunately, this early playoff exit would begin to become a theme of his career, a theme that would start to build a narrative about him as a player and about his legacy. In the summer of 2000, McGrady signed with the Orlando Magic, putting him in a position where he was now able to shine as the primary superstar of a team. McGrady was now averaging around 27 points per game and was proving himself to be one of the best perimeter players in the entire league. Orlando finished as a 7th seed heading into the playoffs, where they were matched up with a far more talented Milwaukee Bucks squad. It's also worth mentioning that Tracy's sidekick Grant Hill was out for the playoffs with yet another significant injury, which meant that T-Mac had to carry the team almost exclusively offensively. He put up ridiculously monstrous all-around numbers throughout the series, but ultimately it wasn't anywhere close to enough as the stacked Bucks closed out the Magic in 4 games. The following season was more of the same, as Grant Hill once again missed the entirety of the playoffs, while Tracy had to carry an Orlando squad that was pretty devoid of talent. This time, the Magic were eliminated in 4 games by the Charlotte Hornets, and McGrady once again put up insanely monstrous numbers. He consistently wasn't getting the help he needed, and as a result, this ended up being the 3rd straight season that T-Mac had been eliminated out of the first round of the playoffs. But it was in the next season where his reputation started to take some major hits. From an individual standpoint, McGrady's 02-03 season was likely the best of his career, as he put up his best regular season numbers yet. The thing is, Tracy was still missing a second star, as Grant Hill only played 29 games, which were all in the first half of the season. Orlando finished with a 42-40 record, which was good enough for only the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference and resulted in a matchup with the consistently contending Detroit Pistons. McGrady and the Magic were obviously massive underdogs in this series, and stunningly, they roared out of the gates and managed to get a 3-1 series lead over Detroit. Up to this point, Tracy looked like he was having one of the greatest playoff series in NBA history, as he dominated his way to these absurdly high and efficient numbers against arguably the best defensive team of that era. Unfortunately, the season wasn't yet over at that point, but that didn't stop McGrady from acting like it. In a controversial post-game interview, McGrady confidently stated, "It feels good to get into the second round," even though his Magic were only up 3-1. It was a classic example of pride coming before the fall, as the Pistons went on to crush the Magic in the next 3 games straight, winning by an average of 20.3 points. The series was a tale of 2 McGradys, as his last 3 games looked nothing like his first 4, as he was contained to extremely inefficient numbers by Detroit. Not only did McGrady's post-game comment age like milk, but it also started to appear like some self-induced curse, as he once again failed to get out of the first round, and the narrative was now firmly established that he was a superstar that just couldn't advance in the playoffs. What's probably worse than getting eliminated in the first round is not making the playoffs at all, which is what happened in the 03-04 season, as Orlando finished with the worst record in the Eastern Conference, despite McGrady winning his 2nd straight scoring title. At this point, Orlando's management had finally accepted the fact that they were a franchise that needed a rebuild, and traded McGrady to the Houston Rockets. T-Mac expressed his excitement to play with the new star big man Yao Ming. As a legitimate superstar duo, McGrady and Yao led the Rockets to a 51-31 record, and it appeared that McGrady might finally be in a solid position to advance beyond the first round. They were facing a solid Dallas Mavericks team whose Dirk Nowitzki was just reaching the prime of his career. T-Mac started off solid, as did his Rockets, as they stormed out to a 2-0 lead in the series. The Mavericks clawed their way back into it, and the series was heading to a deciding 7th game in Dallas. Although T-Mac had played incredible throughout the majority of the series and had put up his usual strong postseason numbers, he picked the wrong time and place to come out cold, as Tracy missed his first 7 shots of the 7th game. Houston could never find their groove, and the Mavericks completely demolished McGrady and the Rockets, winning the deciding game by a whopping 40 points. At this point in history, many basketball fans, including myself, were confused as to what to make of Tracy McGrady. On one hand, he appeared to be one of the greatest talents that the game of basketball had ever seen, and consistently produced tremendous postseason numbers. But on the other hand, for one reason or another, he just couldn't get past the first round of the playoffs, as he was now 0-5 in his first round appearances. In the following season, Houston was hit with a slew of injuries, including the first major one to Tracy McGrady, as it was the beginning of his devastating back injuries that would ultimately cut his career short. Due to this, the 05-06 Rockets missed the playoffs entirely, finishing with only a 34-48 record. The Rockets franchise was able to bounce back in the 06-07 season, as Yao Ming had a breakout year, asserting himself as Houston's #1 scoring option. T-Mac was still a legitimate weapon, but with his back issues still lingering, he saw a significant drop in his regular season production. With that being said, together, Yao and McGrady led the Rockets to a 52-30 record, good enough for the 5th seed in the West playoffs. Prior to the start of their first round series with Utah, McGrady was being interviewed by ESPN's own Stephen A. Smith. And in the interview, Stephen A. didn't waste any time acknowledging the elephant in the room, T-Mac's inability to lead his team past the first round up until this point. A confident yet agitated McGrady responded with this.
It's on me. If we don't get out of the first round, it's on me. Wait a minute. If we don't get out of the first round this year, it's on me.
It's pretty incredible to see such a bold statement from a superstar like McGrady. It's not often that athletes bet on themselves with such ownership and such a sense of responsibility. The pressure was immense, and almost everyone in the basketball world was waiting to see how it unfolded. Through the first 6 games, McGrady was getting his numbers, but he was doing it at a high volume of shots, as he wasn't shooting the ball very efficiently at all. Fortunately, he was actually getting help from a solid supporting cast, and as a result, the series was tied at 3 games apiece heading into the 7th and deciding game. The pressure for him had never been more intense than it was in this game, and under these extreme circumstances, McGrady produced, finishing Game 7 with 29 points, 13 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks on 48% shooting. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough, as Utah Stars had individual performances for the ages. After this close defeat, McGrady had been eliminated from the first round in all 6 appearances of his career. A clearly emotional McGrady was trying hard to keep his composure in the press conference afterwards. But as soon as the questions started to come, T-Mac simply left without answering the question, saying emotionally, This was beyond devastating. Not only was it yet another first round defeat, but McGrady's team had a 2-game series lead in 2003, 2005, and 2007, and went on to lose each and every series. The following year, Houston would get a rematch with the Utah Jazz in the first round of the playoffs. But tragically, Yao Ming's season was shut down 2 months before the playoffs began due to a stress fracture in his left foot. This meant that a shorthanded McGrady had to do his best to carry the offense for the Rockets. But ultimately, despite a pretty solid series performance, McGrady was eliminated for the 7th time from the first round, as the Jazz comfortably closed it out in 6 games. From this point on, Tracy's career wouldn't be about his early playoff exits, but rather about his early regular season exits due to his severe back injuries. Over the next 4 seasons, McGrady's game declined to a role player's level of contribution, and he missed 139 regular season games, and wouldn't get another true taste of playoff basketball. Eventually, in 2013, he was signed by the San Antonio Spurs and was activated just in time for the playoffs. He only saw roughly 25 total garbage time minutes in that postseason, and never scored a single point, as he was only a shell of what he once was. but technically, it did at least allow him to play beyond the first round of the playoffs, since the Spurs went all the way to the NBA Finals that season before eventually being eliminated in 7 games by the Big Three's Miami Heat. With that, he had played his final minutes of NBA basketball in only his early 30s. So as you can see, T-Mac had one of the most tragic and confusing legacies that the game has ever seen. Although legends like Kobe Bryant have praised him for being the most difficult player he's ever had to guard, T-Mac is also the star who couldn't advance in the playoffs no matter how many opportunities he was presented with. So what do you guys think? Was McGrady unable to advance in the playoffs simply because of all of the bad circumstances, like injuries and lacking supporting casts, or was there something about him as a player that kept him from getting it done? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Throughout the years, there have been hundreds of game-tying or game-winning buzzer beaters, and some of those were just a fingertip away from either not counting or counting. Now, we have the luxury of instant replay, so even baskets that are made as the clock expires can be reviewed to see if the ball left the player's hand in time. The thing is, the NBA didn't implement the instant replay until the 2002 to 2003 season, which means that in the entirety of league history leading up to that season, buzzer beaters were completely hinged upon the real-time judgment calls of the referees. And unfortunately, they didn't always get it right. In this video, I'm presenting 5 games where the referees had to make that judgment call and screwed it up. On January 15, 2001, the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers were in a regular season matchup with the lowly Vancouver Grizzlies. Shaq and Kobe were in their usual peak form as Shaq dominated offensively and on the boards, while Kobe put up a monstrous triple-double. The Lakers' team defense had struggled throughout the night though, which resulted in this game coming down to the final possession. The Lakers had the ball with less than 10 seconds remaining, and Vancouver was up by 1 point. Kobe finds an open Robert Horry, but he misses the shot by a mile. Notice how the clock freezes for a moment at 0.6 of a second for some unknown reason. Shaq secures the board and puts it back in, but when we checked the TV replay, it was clear that he released the shot way after time expired, even with the clock freezing for a moment. I remember watching this as a fan in real time, and even I felt like Shaq released the ball long after the buzzer, but somehow the refs missed it and counted the basket. They also called a foul on Damon Jones, which clearly occurred as the clock was expiring. Shaq proceeded to miss the meaningless free throw, and the Lakers won the game despite the fact that they shouldn't have. On April 27, 2002, it's Game 3 of the first round of the playoffs, and the series is tied at 1 game apiece between Tracy McGrady and the Orlando Magic and Baron Davis and the Charlotte Hornets. Both superstars had monstrous performances, and heading into the final possession of regulation, the game was up for grabs. 0.7 of a second is left on the clock, and Charlotte's PJ Brown is inbounding the ball. Davis loses McGrady for a moment and is able to catch and heave up a prayer that goes in, and it appears to be the game winner. But as you can see, NBA referee Bernie Fryer begins calling off the basket basically as soon as it left Davis's hand. The Hornets team is irate, and for good reason, as it was one of the worst calls in NBA history. Not only did Davis clearly get the shot off, but as you can tell from this freeze frame, the ball was high within the air with as much as 3/10 remaining. Due to this awful call, the game went to overtime. Fortunately, Charlotte still ended up winning the game, as this ended up being a major catalyst for the implementation of the instant replay starting the following season. It's November 20th, 2016, in a regular season matchup between the Toronto Raptors and the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, instant replay rules were in full effect at this point in history, but even with that being the case, I still believe the refs screwed this one up. There's only 2.4 seconds left, and Toronto needs a 3-point basket to tie the game and send it to overtime. The ball is inbounded to Terrence Ross, and it appears he clearly got the shot off in time, burying the jumper and sending it to overtime. But after further review, the refs decided to waive the basket, giving the game to Sacramento. The logic of the refs was that the clock should have started as soon as DeMarcus Cousins deflected the basketball, which would have taken more time off the clock. The thing is, sure, maybe the clock didn't start right as Cousins touched it, but as you can see on this freeze frame, Ross hasn't even touched the basketball yet and the clock has started rolling, which means that in a sense, the clock did start because of Boogie's deflection. Not only that, but when Ross released the shot, there was still 5 or 0.6 of a second left on the clock. So do we really know for sure that he didn't get the shot off in time? Again, the clock didn't start the instant Boogie touched it, but this is actually more common on buzzer beaters than you might think. For example, remember this iconic buzzer beater by Kobe Bryant to defeat Portland in 2004? Yeah, the clock didn't even start until Kobe had released the ball and the refs didn't take that one away. Bottom line, it was criminal to take this game from Toronto based on an egregious assumption by the referee. Back to the postseason now, it's the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs, and it's the deciding fifth game between the Indiana Pacers and the New Jersey Nets. With a chance to ice the game, New Jersey's Richard Jefferson missed both of his free throws, which left the door open for the tremendously clutch Reggie Miller. Reggie hit a ridiculously difficult spinning three, keeping the Pacers' season alive. In this case, the referees counted the basket, but they shouldn't have, as the freeze frame clearly shows that the ball was still in Miller's hands as time was expiring. This shot, along with the shot Baron Davis made, both took place in the same playoff season, and it was clear then that the NBA had to do something about their lack of instant replay. It's March 5th, 2003, and a regular season matchup between the Indiana Pacers and the Los Angeles Lakers. After a hard-fought back-and-forth game with many highlights, the two teams find themselves tied at 95. The Lakers have the ball with 6.2 seconds left, and they have to take it from the backcourt. The Mamba is sprinting towards the three-point line when he's intentionally fouled by Indiana, who had a foul to give. Bryant hits the three-pointer through the contact and thinks that it's going to be a 4-point play, but the referee waved it off, and everyone, including the Lakers commentators, thinks it's a horrible call. Take a listen.
Fouled again. Kobe coming out of the backcourt. Pulls up.
That should count.
Oh, that's a terrible call.
They're waving it off, but that should count. That should count.
That is a terrible call. Kobe knew that they had a foul to give. As soon as he dribbled into the front court, he gathered himself, went in the air and shot it. That is just a horrible call.
I mean, this is continuation all the way. He stops, goes up, he gets grabbed. That is a basket. If they're going to be able to look at the replays for the shots at the end of quarters, they better start looking at things that they mess up.
I never understood the ref not counting this basket for Bryant, considering how Kobe took the shot as the foul was being committed. And of course, Kobe had every intention to shoot before the whistle because the clock was running out and he had no other choice. Fortunately for Los Angeles, Kobe wasn't the only clutch player on that Lakers squad, and flying in to save the day was Big Shot Bob, Robert Horry, who drilled this game-winning basket as time expired, which was extremely reminiscent of his iconic game-winning jumper over Sacramento in 2002.
Ever since Michael Jordan shined in his NBA career, media and fans everywhere have been asking who would be the next Michael Jordan. Who would be the player who would rise above the rest of the league, take the game to new heights, and win championship after championship as the new face of the league? Eventually, Kobe Bryant became the man who took the title, and the comparisons were constant. But before the torch had been passed to Kobe, there was another player who held the torch and was referred to as the next Michael Jordan more often than anyone else. Grant Henry Hill, drafted in 1994 by the Detroit Pistons. He was a lengthy 6'8" small forward who had all the skills. He could handle the ball, he could rebound, he could facilitate with the best of them, and he was an efficient scorer, and a force when driving to the rim. He was so good that in a 1996 interview, he received Jordan's seal of approval. MJ was asked in that interview who he sees as the next Michael Jordan, the guy he would pass the torch to when he does inevitably retire. Michael said two players, Grant Hill and Penny Hardaway. In Hill's 1994-1995 rookie campaign, he had an immediate impact and his revolutionary talent was clearly on display. For the year, Hill averaged a solid 19.9 points, 6.4 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1.8 steals on 47.7% shooting. When you compare these numbers to the rookie numbers of LeBron James, you can see what kind of impression this man was making upon entering the league. In the 1995-96 season, which was only his second season, Grant Hill led the league in All-Star votes, gaining more votes than even Michael Jordan. This was MJ, the greatest player of all time, in the middle of an MVP year and in the middle of his Bulls' historic 72-10 season. And yet Hill still received the most All-Star votes that year. That should tell you the level of potential that we as fans recognized in Hill during the mid-90s. During that sophomore season, Hill averaged 20.2 points, 9.8 rebounds, 6.9 assists, and 1.3 steals per game. The following year, he improved those numbers, averaging 21.4 points, 9 rebounds, 7.3 assists, and 1.8 steals per game on 49.6% shooting, while also leading the league in triple-doubles. And again, this was only his third season in the league. It was clear to everyone that this man was on a trajectory to be one of the greatest players of all time. At the end of that 1996-97 season, Hill had finished third overall in the MVP voting, behind only Michael Jordan and Karl Malone. Hill was the first person since Larry Bird in the 80s to average over 20 points, over 9 rebounds, and over 7 assists in the season. That hadn't been done again until Russell Westbrook did it in the 2016-2017 season. As his career went on, Hill continued to dominate and lead his Pistons squad. Under his leadership and talent, the Pistons went from a terrible 20-win team to a 54-win team in just 3 seasons. By 1999, Hill was a respected force in the league and was carrying his Pistons. He had led his team in all 3 of these categories: points, rebounds, and assists in 3 seasons. The only other player in NBA history to lead his team in points, rebounds, and assists 3 times is Wilt Chamberlain. In the 1999-2000 season, Grant was having the best year of his career, averaging 25.8 points, 6.6 rebounds, and 5.2 assists on 49% shooting. He was only 27 years old and just starting to reach the prime of his career. And unfortunately, that's when it all came crashing down for Grant Hill. With only 3 games left in the regular season, Hill brutally sprained his ankle, in an injury that would essentially ruin his days as an elite-level player. His first 6 years in the league was one of the greatest starts to a career the NBA had ever seen, but he would never be the same after the injury. To give you even more evidence on just how special he was, after those first 6 seasons of his career before his ankle injury, he had a total of 9,393 points, 3,417 rebounds, and 2,720 assists. Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, and LeBron James are the only 3 players in league history to eclipse these numbers after their first 6 seasons in the league. In the next 6 years of his career after his first ankle injury, he would have ongoing issues with the ankle and even had to have surgery. In those years, Hill missed a whopping 357 games out of a possible 492 games. He just couldn't stay on the floor. It wasn't until he was 35 years old in his 07-08 season that he finally regained his health and found a role on the Phoenix Suns. He was a decent role player for them, consistently averaging around 12 points a game, but his days as a superstar player were then just a distant memory. Essentially, Hill had only his first 6 years in the league to display his healthy talent before his progression was cut short and his career was basically ruined due to his ankle problems. To help put that in perspective, here are a few of the greatest players ever and the ramifications on their careers if they had a career-ruining ankle injury after their first 6 seasons. Kobe Bryant would have only 3 championships, no MVPs, and no 81-point game. LeBron James would have 0 championships and only 1 MVP award. And Michael Jordan would have 0 championships and only 1 MVP award. Hopefully this gives you a sense of just how much greatness we potentially lost from Hill. Due to this, he remains one of the greatest what-ifs in all of NBA history. Let me know in the comments section what you think Hill would have been able to accomplish if his health never betrayed him. Before we get into the video, I want to make a disclaimer. Obviously, it is impossible to know with complete certainty what kind of player Len Bias would have been, but I do think there's evidence that allows us to speculate, and that at the very least, we can make an educated guess on how good he would have been. So let's get into it. Len Kevin Bias. Most of you NBA fans are familiar with this young man's tragic story, but for those of you who are not, let me at least give you a quick recap. Bias was a 6'8" small forward/power forward who played 4 years in college for the University of Maryland. Bias's game was filled with potential, and he was one of the best players in all of college basketball, as he was a 2-time ACC Player of the Year. Bias was also famously known to have epic battles in college with Michael Jordan, as they often appeared as equals in terms of talent and performance, or at least very close to it. Bias was a highly coveted prospect heading into the 1986 NBA draft. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Magic Johnson's Lakers and Larry Bird's Celtics were the premier teams in the league. The Celtics went on to win the 1986 NBA championship, led by their stars Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish. That 86 Celtics team is still considered to this day as one of the greatest teams of all time. Fast forward to the NBA draft, and thanks to a trade a couple years earlier with the Seattle Supersonics, the Boston Celtics owned the second overall pick in the draft the same year they won the championship. Cleveland had the first overall pick and needed a big man, so they selected the future All-Star center Brad Daugherty. So with the second pick, the Boston Celtics selected their exciting forward of the future, Len Bias. Adding a future Hall of Famer to the all-time great and defending champion Celtics team appeared to be a solidifying factor in continuing this Boston dynasty. But then, less than 48 hours later, while he was at his college dorm room celebrating with his friends, Len Bias had a seizure and collapsed. Soon after medical attention arrived, it was confirmed that Bias had passed away at the age of 22. It was simply a coke overdose, making Len Bias the poster child of the NBA's terrible drug issues in the 1980s. Naturally, this tragedy has gone on to make Len Bias arguably the greatest what-if in NBA history. So now that we're all informed, let's get into the meat of this video. First off, let's talk about Bias's skills and establish what defined his game and what made him such a unique talent. As I mentioned earlier, Bias was a 6'8" wing who could switch between the 3 or 4 spot on the court. He was lean, but very muscular. As a 22-year-old, he hadn't fully grown into his man body yet, but he still appeared as if he was ready to bully grown men in the post once he hit the NBA. He was incredibly athletic with a remarkably high vertical leap, especially considering his size. Maybe his best quality was his beautiful and smooth mid-range jump shot. With his solid footwork, tall stature, long arms, and high 2-foot leap, his jump shots were extremely tough to contest. He was very efficient from the field as well, shooting about 54% over the course of his college career. He wasn't much of a playmaker or a facilitator, but his two great gifts were essentially his scoring and rebounding. These are the key aspects of his game that I want us to pay attention to. I spent a lot of time thinking about other players in basketball history who were similar to Bias in terms of their stature, strength, athleticism, position, their skill set, and even their numbers in college. Here's a few names I came up with: Dominique Wilkins, Larry Johnson, and Xavier McDaniel. Now let me make this clear before I continue. I think Bias would have been better than all of these guys, even Dominique, as great as he was. But what I'm doing is trying to get a basis to work from, looking at their college and pro statistics to give us kind of a general idea in what kind of a player we might be getting in Bias. All of these guys had varying degrees of great athleticism and strength, just like Bias. They were all pretty good scorers who had an offensive style similar to Bias as well. Take a look at the numbers from each of these stars from their last season in college. They all clearly had high expectations too, based on the fact that they were all top 4 picks in the draft. Notice their high scoring and rebounding numbers and also their lack of assists. Again, this is showing their similar tendencies. All of these players went on to be all-stars in the NBA, although Dominique was clearly on another level from the other two. In my opinion, Xavier McDaniel and Larry Johnson was Len Bias's floor. There's no way he wouldn't have been as good as these two players in the NBA, although like I said before, I think he likely would have been much better than both of them. The most comparable career I think he would have had would have been to Dominique Wilkins. Both great leapers, similar footwork, same height, same hot spots on the court, and so on. Remember how I said Bias had epic scoring battles with Michael Jordan in college while they played for Maryland and North Carolina? Well, you know who had epic scoring battles in the pros with Jordan? Dominique Wilkins. This is what I envision for Bias as a pro, like Dominique 2.0 on the offensive side of the ball, averaging 26 to 32 points per game in the prime of his career while accumulating 8 to 10 rebounds a game. But I said he would be better than Dominique, but that wasn't because of the offensive side of the court, but the defensive side. Bias showed incredible potential in college with his defensive prowess. He could frustrate players, cause turnovers, had a tremendous wingspan, and was a terrific shot blocker, often blocking shots you would think would be out of his reach. Dominique didn't have that on the defensive end, not even close. Another thing about the solo duels in college between Bias and Jordan. Bias had arguably greater numbers in college than Jordan did, and based on their talent and what we saw from them on the floor, he appeared every bit as ready for the pros as Jordan did. And how ready was Jordan?
Well, let's put it this way. In Michael's rookie year, he took the NBA by storm, averaging 28.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists on 51% shooting. If MJ is any indication, then Bias would have had a significant impact immediately upon entering the league. Which brings me to my next point. Bias was joining the fantastic Boston Celtics. The year he would have been a rookie, the Celtics went on to the NBA Finals where they lost in 6 games to the Los Angeles Lakers. If Bias was as good as I'm projecting him to be, then I can't possibly see how he wouldn't have been the difference in that series and helped the Celtics win their 2nd straight championship. Keep in mind, Larry Bird was the starting small forward and McHale was the starting power forward, so the plan likely would have been to bring Bias off the bench. But with Larry dealing with ongoing back problems and with McHale trying to push through the playoffs with a broken foot, there would have been plenty of minutes available for Bias to shine as a star and make his impact. In an interview with Bill Simmons, Larry said that if Bias had lived, he would have retired in 1988, meaning the passing of the torch would have happened very quickly between Bias and Bird. It's likely then that Jordan and Bias would have gone on to have many epic battles through the years in the Eastern Conference playoffs. One thing I'm almost sure of is that by the end of Bias's career, we wouldn't have seen him as just another one of those star players that Jordan kept from winning championships. Because like I said, I think the Celtics would have won the championship in his 1987 rookie season. So in recap, how good do I think Bias would have been? Well, essentially, Dominique on offense with a hint of Larry Johnson and Shawn Kemp, and significantly better than all of those guys on defense. Add on at least 1 championship ring, but maybe even a few if things went right. It's also important to keep in mind that he passed away from a coke overdose. If coke had continued to be an issue for him, it's possible that it could have screwed up his career even if he had lived. That has in fact happened with other great players in the NBA's history. But again, this is just my educated guess on the player he would have been. Let me know your educated guesses in the comments section.
For 9 seasons of basketball history, the ABA, known as the American Basketball Association, was a competitor to the NBA until the 2 leagues merged in 1976. During its lifespan, the ABA had around 10 teams in its league. Before the ABA had merged with the NBA, it was a league known for its free-flowing style, its small ball lineups, and it was actually the league that first introduced the 3-point shot, which many people in the NBA thought was too gimmicky for a while. Many people in the basketball community, including viewers in my own comment sections, have been debating how the ABA stacked up against the NBA from a competition standpoint during that era. I would certainly love to hear some perspectives from people who are old enough to have witnessed those leagues, so if that's you, please let me know your thoughts in the comment section. The thing is, the NBA all-time lists do not recognize the achievements of the ABA, so all of their points, rebounds, MVPs, championships, and so on don't count towards the player's overall resume, and therefore alters where many great players could rank on the all-time lists. This has been especially devastating to all-time great players who spent time in both the ABA and the NBA. So what if we took into account everything that took place in the ABA as well? Whose legacies would be impacted the most? I've evaluated many careers of NBA players, and these are the ones that really stand out. First off, Moses Malone. If you've been following my channel for some time, then you've probably heard me say that Moses Malone is the most underrated center in NBA history, but I've been saying this simply based on what he accomplished in his NBA career. If you include his ABA seasons, he becomes even more impressive. These are the stats and accolades he was able to stack up in the totality of his career of both the NBA and the ABA. With his 2 ABA seasons included, he goes from 5th on the all-time rebounds list to 3rd overall, only behind Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. Something that many fans don't know about Moses Malone is that he's easily the greatest offensive rebounder in basketball history. He was an absolute beast when it came to battling for position, securing the boards, and giving his team second-chance opportunities. On the NBA's all-time offensive rebounds list, Moses Malone is the history's leader, and no one else is even remotely close. If you include his seasons with the ABA, that gap gets even more dramatic. To even further emphasize how ridiculously dominant he was on the offensive boards, consider this comparison: Kevin Garnett and Moses Malone, both big men who played 21 seasons in their basketball career, and Garnett actually played in 7 more games than Moses did. KG is one of the greatest rebounders of all time, and at one point, he won 4 straight rebounding titles. Yet as impressive as KG was at getting rebounds, Moses has well over twice as many offensive rebounds in his career than Garnett did. If that doesn't tell you how unparalleled Moses was on the offensive boards, then absolutely nothing will. The next player we're looking at is the 6-foot point guard Louis Dampier, who played 3 seasons in the NBA with the San Antonio Spurs, but he played his 8 best seasons before that in the ABA with Kentucky. Louis was a great 3-point shooter, and when I say great, I mean he was elite even by today's standards. He shot 35.8% from 3-point distance over the course of his career, which is good, but the volume is the stunning part. During his prime in 1969, he was shooting 7.1 3-point attempts per game. This is how unique his volume of threes was in that era. In that same season that he averaged 7.1 attempts per game, the league average for an entire team was 5.9 per game. On an individual level, that many attempts would rank him in the top 20 players in today's NBA. If you want to talk about a player who was ahead of his time, there isn't many better examples than Louis, as it was common for him to spot up in the corner for a 3 even on a 2-on-1 fast break. In 1969, he made 199 3-pointers over the course of the season, and then followed it up by making 198 in 1970. It took nearly 3 decades for someone in all of basketball to eclipse that total. He averaged as high as 26 points per game in 1970, and by the end of his ABA career, he was the league's all-time leading scorer with nearly 14,000 points. Many of you have never even heard of this guy before this video, but if ABA achievements counted, many of you would know him as one of the pioneer shooters of the game and as one of the great players of basketball history. Next up is Spencer Haywood. Given enough time, and almost every star eventually becomes underrated, but this is definitely a major case for Haywood. His NBA career saw him play with several teams, including the Sonics, the Knicks, and the Lakers. The 6'8" power forward only played 1 season in the ABA, which was his rookie season, but what a debut season it was. He was an incredibly talented and graceful big man who had fantastic dribbling skills and would often score in spurts with his solid mid-range shooting. In his debut season, he averaged 30 points and 19.5 rebounds on 49.3% shooting. Despite it being only his rookie year, he led the league in points, rebounds, and minutes while playing all 84 games in that regular season. He also led his Denver Rockets to a 51-33 record and was named that season's MVP at only the age of 20. If ABA achievements were acknowledged, then this rookie campaign would be on the short list of the greatest rookie seasons of basketball history. Guys like Dan Issel, Connie Hawkins, and Jimmy Jones also significantly improved their legacies. One of the biggest impacts would be how we see the man known as Dr. J, Julius Erving. The Doctor had a lot to his game, as the 6'7" small forward was one of the most athletically gifted players the league has ever seen. His unique style, flair, and dominance have led many old school basketball fans to refer to him as the Michael Jordan before there was Michael Jordan. If you want a breakdown of his impact and greatness, then you can watch my How Good Was Julius Erving video. It's no question that the Doctor was one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. But if you include his dominant years in the ABA, he now legitimately enters the GOAT conversation, as his championships, his MVPs, his All-Star selections, his All-Team selections, and even his scoring titles dramatically increase. He also skyrockets from 72nd on the all-time scoring list to the 8th spot overall, putting himself ahead of legends like Moses Malone, Shaquille O'Neal, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Many people don't know this, but he was also a dominant rebounder and one of the greatest at his position, especially in his days in the ABA. With all this being said, it's understandable to an extent why the NBA almost never acknowledges the achievements of players from a former league that they were once competing with. There's also the question of competition and the strength of the leagues to consider. So, here's my question to you guys. Do you think the ABA stats and accolades should count on the all-time lists? Should they be treated as the same as all the other stats of the NBA's history? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section.
Today, I'm bringing you a story about a player that very few basketball fans know about, and in the time he played the game, he was one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. His life would become one of the most tragic tales of basketball history, but also one of the most heartwarming stories about life and friendship that you'll ever hear. Let's get into it. Maurice Stokes was born near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1933. He was a loved and highly respected individual amongst his friends and peers, and that theme would continue into his NBA career. Maurice had remarkable God-given athleticism at a very young age. He played college ball at St. Francis University and quickly became one of the most highly coveted prospects in the NBA draft.
In 1955, at the age of 22, he was taken with the second overall pick by the Rochester Royals. He was a 6'7", 232-pound power forward who was freakishly quick, athletic, strong, and was remarkably skilled with a basketball, and he was able to put all of those abilities on display as soon as he hit the floor. As a big man, he would regularly grab the rebound and take it coast to coast on his own, which certainly wasn't a common thing in that era. When we envision a modern athlete going in a time machine and playing against the less athletic competition of the 50s, that's what Maurice Stokes looked like out there on the court. The competition simply couldn't handle him as he took full advantage of the disparity in the athleticism. Maurice was also a very intelligent basketball player who had incredible court vision. Due to this, he was a remarkable distributor, especially for a big in the 1950s, which was basically unheard of during that era. Honestly, the best comparison I can make to his build and skill set is that Maurice Stokes was the LeBron James of the 1950s. The rookie was taking the league by storm. In his very first NBA game, he dominated the New York Knicks in all aspects, as he dropped 32 points, snagged 20 rebounds, and dished out 8 assists, on a deadly 61% shooting. In each of his first 4 games in the NBA, he secured 20 rebounds. His abilities as a scorer, rebounder, and facilitator made him one of the greatest triple-double threats in league history. At one point, he recorded a triple-double in 4 consecutive games, which is a feat that only 7 other players have accomplished in NBA history. Just 1 month after his incredible debut game, he had another impressive showing against the title-contending Boston Celtics, where he dropped 31 points, 27 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading his Royals to a 1-point victory. Just a month after that, he lit up the defending champion Syracuse Nationals, producing one of the greatest performances by a rookie that sports has ever seen. On the night, he dropped 26 points, 38 rebounds, and 12 assists on 61% shooting. And thanks to this Herculean effort, his Royals upset the defending champion Nationals with a final score of 102-93. At the end of his debut season, he was awarded the league's Rookie of the Year and even got an MVP vote. That debut season, he averaged 16.8 points, 16.3 rebounds, and 4.9 assists as he firmly established himself as one of the best players in the game. He was the league leader in rebounds already in his rookie season. This individual dominance continued into his second and third season in the league. He was selected as an NBA All-Star in all 3 of those seasons, and he earned an NBA All-Selections all 3 of those seasons as well. In his third year, he was second overall in rebounds and third overall in assists. The only other player who's ever accomplished that feat was the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. I need to emphasize, he wasn't just a good rebounder, but at the mere height of 6 foot 7 inches tall, he was one of the few greatest rebounders of all time. For his career, he had the 3rd highest rebounding average in NBA history at 17.3 per game, which trails only the great Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Thanks to his efforts in his 3rd season, he was making his first trip to the NBA playoffs. Unfortunately, it was the only playoff series that he would ever participate in. On March 12th, in the last regular season game of 1958, on a drive to the basket, Maurice leaped high into the air and went over the back of the opponent and landed directly on his head. For a while, he was unconscious. Eventually, he was able to regain consciousness with smelling salts. Despite the horrific fall, he returned to the game and finished the contest with 24 points and 19 rebounds in a 7-point victory over the Lakers. 3 days later was his first NBA playoff game, and little did he know that it was the last game of his NBA career. On the night, he scored 12 points and snagged 15 rebounds in a loss to the Detroit Pistons. After the game, the Royals went on their flight back to Cincinnati for Game 2 of the series. During the flight, Maurice suddenly collapsed and began to have a seizure. All of his teammates were obviously extremely concerned. As soon as the flight landed in Cincinnati, an ambulance picked him up and rushed him to the hospital. After being in a coma for about a day, Stokes eventually woke up when he discovered that he was completely paralyzed, only able to use his brain and look around with his eyes. Obviously, this was due to the brain damage caused by his fall several nights earlier. Of course, this completely changed Maurice Stokes' life, as he not only lost function of movement, but there was now tremendous medical bills to pay that he couldn't afford. Maurice didn't have much of a support system and didn't have very many loved ones to take care of him. This was something that deeply affected his teammates emotionally. One of those teammates throughout all 3 of his years in the NBA was the small forward and his dear friend, Jack Twyman, who was the only teammate who lived near Stokes. Jack was only 23 years old at this point and had recently got married and started his own family. After speaking with his wife about the matter, they came to a major decision. Out of love and compassion for his teammate, Jack decided to become a caretaker and the legal guardian of Maurice, accepting all financial responsibility and all responsibilities for his well-being. Jack was now there to support his teammate and his friend, as Stokes fought hard to recover some of his physical abilities. Maurice took that same positive energy and determination that he had on the court and channeled that into his recovery process. Through all of this, their bond and their friendship grew tremendously as the two leaned upon each other for support. Slowly, Maurice started to regain tiny bits of functionality in his body. In June of 1969, over a decade after Maurice's paralyzing fall, Jack Twyman was contacted by St. Francis College, which was Maurice's college university. They told Jack that they had built a new beautiful gymnasium and wanted to honor their former star player by naming the gym the Maurice Stokes Fieldhouse. As a surprise for Maurice's birthday, Jack and his family held an event where the president and athletic director of the college announced the name of the gym to Maurice, who was unaware of the decision up until that point. When he was made aware of this, a grateful Stokes wept tremendously. Back then, NBA players didn't make nearly the kind of money that they do today, so even a star player like Jack Twyman needed financial aid to support Maurice. A man by the name of Milton Kutcher was a business owner of a country club in upstate New York and was a massive basketball fan. Milton was aware of the situation between Maurice Stokes and Jack Twyman. Milton Kutcher reached out to Jack Twyman and suggested that the country club hosted a basketball game to raise funds for Maurice's medical bills. Milton said that he would cover all of the expenses for the event. All Jack had to do was recruit the players. The event only needed 10 players for the game to commence, but thanks to Stokes for being such a beloved person within the league, roughly 75 of the NBA's best players showed up to the event at their own expense, including guys like Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, and Dolph Schayes. For years, this event continued on annually, with many greats consistently making appearances, like Wilt, Oscar Robertson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Willis Reed, and Pete Maravich, just to name a few. After some time, once some of his physical abilities just slightly returned to him, Maurice was even able to attend his own event and experience once again the love that the league had for him. Eventually, on April 6, 1970, Maurice Stokes passed away from a heart attack at the young age of 36. After his passing, the event continued on in the form of a basketball charity game for many years afterwards, carrying on his legacy and touching the lives of many after him. As you can see throughout this story, not only was Stokes a powerful force within the league with his basketball skills, but he was also a powerful force in the hearts of many, as his story is one of perseverance and friendship. In terms of basketball, Jack Twyman is on record saying that if the accident never happened, considering how the Royals acquired Oscar Robertson shortly afterwards, he believes the Royals would have been the dynasty of the 60s rather than the Celtics. That we can never know for sure, but what we do know is that the short time that Stokes was out there on the court, he was one of the best players to ever lace him up. After the Bulls won their 6th championship ring in 1998, the team imploded due to turmoil between the general manager, the coaches, and the players. Most basketball fans know the details about why this team disbanded, and if you watched the Last Dance documentary that released a few years ago, then you certainly know all about it. But if you don't know the details, you can watch my summarized version with this video. Now, towards the end of that documentary, Michael Jordan talked about how frustrated he was that his Bulls didn't get a chance to win a 7th championship ring in 1999. Phil Jackson retired due to pressure from general manager Jerry Krause. Without Phil Jackson around, Jordan decided to retire from basketball. Without Jordan around, Bulls management determined that they couldn't compete for championships. So they traded Scottie Pippen and Steve Kerr, and they released Dennis Rodman. Jordan was convinced that if Phil Jackson hadn't been pushed out of his coaching position, that entire squad would have returned for a chance to compete for a 7th ring in 1999, and he believed they likely would have won another championship. But is he right? Would the Bulls have won a 4th straight title to close out their dynasty on an even more legendary note? Well, I actually believe this answer is a bit more complicated than people usually recognize. There's a lot of nuance to this hypothetical question, and although there is absolutely no way we can get a definitive answer to something that never happened, at the very least, I can make an educated guess based on the information in front of us. So without further ado, let's get into it. The first thing we have to do is look at the state of the Chicago Bulls team at the end of the 1998 season. We'll start with Michael Jordan. MJ was 35 years old and had just finished his 13th season in the NBA. Jordan would have turned 36 during the 1998 to 1999 regular season. Now in those 98 finals against Utah, Jordan was extremely tired as he had just led the Bulls to their 3rd straight deep postseason run. Although MJ was quickly approaching his late 30s, he believed he was at his very peak of his basketball abilities, at least from the perspective of his basketball IQ, and in his ability to execute what he wanted. Regardless of the fact that it was his final season in Chicago, he was the league MVP, he was the league's leading scorer, he was first team all-defense, he was the All-Star Game MVP, and he was the Finals MVP. So in a sense, MJ might have been correct about this being his peak. Now Michael Jordan was certainly exhausted at the end of these NBA Finals. But that wasn't just because he was much older at this point in his career, but it had a lot to do with the fact that he had to take on a greater load throughout that season than usual. Scottie Pippen was recovering from surgery throughout the 1998 regular season, which meant that Jordan had to play more minutes and utilize more energy in order to win 60 basketball games. In those NBA Finals, Scottie Pippen was dealing with back pain, which caused MJ to have to carry the Bulls team offensively to an even greater extent, as he averaged 33 of the Bulls' 88 points in that final series. So although MJ was understandably very exhausted, I don't see that as an indication that he didn't have much left in the tank for 1999, but rather I saw that as a symptom of his extremely unique situation throughout the 1998 regular season. In my opinion, Jordan would have been his usual dominant self in the 1999 season, and was certainly up to the task of winning a 7th ring. So now let's look at Scottie Pippen. Obviously, Scottie was mostly a shell of his usual self towards the end of the Bulls' championship run, as his brutal back pain caused him to act as a decoy in Game 6 of those NBA Finals. With that being said, Scottie's health recovered almost completely in time for the 1998-99 season. The biggest piece of evidence for that statement is the fact that Scottie didn't miss a single game for the Rockets throughout the entirety of his 98-99 season. But it is worth mentioning that Pippen looked as if he had lost a small step due to his increasing age, as he averaged nearly 5 points per game less with the Rockets, and his efficiency from the field took a bit of a dip as well. His Rockets only made it to the first round of the playoffs, where they were eliminated by Shaq and Kobe's Lakers. In that postseason, Scottie was quite inconsistent. For example, in Game 2, he completely disappeared, scoring only 3 points on 0 of 7 shooting in 37 minutes of action. But in the very next game, he put up a career performance, dropping 37 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists, while playing all 48 minutes in a blowout victory. So at the very least, Scottie was extremely streaky at this point in his career, but to a certain extent, that was always an aspect of his game throughout his playing days. In conclusion, Pippen would have definitely lost a step in 1999, and wouldn't have been as much of a sure thing as Michael Jordan. Now let's look at Dennis Rodman. Of the Bulls' three-headed monster, Rodman was the oldest player, and if the Bulls were to make it all the way to the NBA Finals in 1999, Rodman would have been 38 years old before that series even started. Generally speaking, players in the 90s didn't age as gracefully as they do today, especially a guy like Rodman, who leaned heavily upon his strength, quickness, and athleticism. Of the three stars, his decline in basketball skills was certainly the most evident. Some people forget this, but he was losing some of his edge even in the 1998 postseason. In that final series against Utah, Rodman played more than 30 minutes in only 2 out of the 6 games. Along with that, in only 2 out of those 6 games did he reach double-digit rebounds. This decline was not only evident in his level of production, but it was also evident to Phil Jackson, which is why he was significantly decreasing his minutes. Just like Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman actually played in the 1998 to 1999 season for another team, as Dennis was a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. The thing is, it's really difficult to gauge what player Rodman would have been on the Bulls in 1999 based on what he was for the Lakers that season. To put it simply, Rodman's stint in Los Angeles was a nightmarish roller coaster. They won their first 10 games straight with Dennis in the purple and gold, but once he became a disruption in the locker room, things became dysfunctional soon after that. Rodman was saying that he needed vacation time in Vegas, while claiming that Kobe and Shaq were jealous of his luxurious lifestyle. Kobe and the rest of the organization were questioning his commitment to the team, and Shaq is on record for saying that Rodman was the worst teammate that he's ever had. After Rodman had missed yet another Lakers practice, LA's management became fed up with his antics, and released the star forward just as the playoffs were set to begin. Now here's the thing, Kurt Rambis was filling in as the Lakers' interim head coach, and was completely unqualified to handle all of these egos. With the psychologically brilliant Phil Jackson as the head coach, and with Michael Jordan and Scottie as familiar teammates, I don't see Rodman having these same issues with the Bulls in 1999. In conclusion, the Bulls would have had a productive Rodman in 1999, but he would have certainly been a significant step slower and less productive than the team was accustomed to. So now that we've looked at the Bulls' 3 stars, let's dive into the details of the 98-99 basketball season as a whole. What people often forget is that the 98-99 basketball season was a lockout-shortened season, where only 50 regular season games were played, compared to the usual 82. Now at first glance, you would think that a shortened season would actually work as an advantage to an older Chicago Bulls team, who could greatly benefit from more nights off. I honestly don't think that could be farther from the truth. The key detail here is that because of the lockout, regular season basketball games didn't start until February 5th, 1999, which is roughly 4 months later than when basketball season usually starts. Due to this, the NBA schedule was way more brutal than ever before, as each team had to play 50 games in just 90 days. Instead of just back-to-backs, in many cases, teams had to play games on 3 straight nights. This was a brutal schedule for everyone, but for a very old team like the Bulls, who had just played basketball for 3 long championship seasons, this highly condensed season would have been especially draining. Now before you completely write off the Bulls for the unfavorable schedule, consider this. The strength of the competition certainly wasn't as formidable in the Eastern Conference compared to years past. Patrick Ewing had an ongoing Achilles injury that forced him to sit out in the playoffs. Shaquille O'Neal had left Orlando for Los Angeles several years earlier, and the top-seeded Miami Heat were shockingly eliminated in the first round by the 8th-seeded New York Knicks. Eventually, it was that 8th-seeded Knicks who made it to the finals out of the East, even though they were without arguably their best player, Patrick Ewing. Simply put, the Eastern Conference was wide open for the Bulls' taking. And even if the Chicago group wasn't as good as any of their 6 previous championship teams, I still believe they would have been good enough to get through a relatively weak Eastern Conference on their way to the NBA Finals. The thing is, waiting for them in the finals would have been the extremely formidable San Antonio Spurs. Now it is worth mentioning that the Spurs and Michael Jordan's Bulls faced off twice in the 1998 regular season, and although both games were very close, Chicago won both matchups. San Antonio was even better in 1999 though, as they had lost only 1 game throughout the Western Conference playoffs on their way to the finals. Along with that, San Antonio was extremely strong where the Bulls were weak, in the painted area. The Twin Tower combination of Tim Duncan and David Robinson would have had the size to give the Bulls nightmares. And if it wasn't the 6'7" Rodman trying to slow them down, it would have been some big like Bill Wennington, who would be on his knees praying for mercy. San Antonio was also the #1 ranked defense throughout the 1999 season, and by no small margin either, as they were consistently allowing the fewest points in the paint. I understand Jordan never lost in the NBA Finals before, but this would have been his greatest test yet, as Rodman was on reduced minutes and an already tired Bulls team had just got through the most grueling schedule they've ever experienced. When you consider how Pippen lost a step, Rodman lost a step, and the favorable matchups in the paint for San Antonio, I see the Spurs winning this series in 6 or 7 games. Now again, it's Michael Jordan in the finals, so maybe he ultimately finds a way to get it done. I think it's unlikely, but who knows? Maybe someone would have personally offended him before the series, in which case all bets would be off.
There have been numerous instances in NBA history where the league or a player within the league got the fans' hopes up with something they said or promised, but unfortunately, those hopes never became a reality. Here's my 5 biggest instances where the NBA let the fans down. Number 5. LeBron James's dunk contest promise. LeBron James is one of the most powerful and ferocious dunkers that the league has ever seen. His incredible athleticism and his astonishing ability to finish above the rim haven't just been displayed in actual basketball games, but he's even been known for putting on a show during warm-ups as well. This has resulted in LeBron being one of the most desired participants for the dunk contest, ever since he started playing professionally in 2003. Well, in 2009, the NBA was especially struggling to create interest for the NBA's dunk contest, and was desperate to relive the glory days, where some of the greatest players in the world competed. So in the middle of the 2009 dunk contest, Cheryl Miller interviewed LeBron and asked him point blank if he was planning on participating in the dunk contest the following season. And LeBron said the following.
Right now, I'm preliminary putting my name in the 2010 dunk contest Saturday night. LeBron James is saying that in 2010 in Dallas Stadium, primarily I'm putting my name in the dunk contest.
Obviously, LeBron did not actually go on to participate in 2010, which was disappointing in and of itself, but what made it worse was how terrible the 2010 dunk contest ended up being, as the Lakers' Shannon Brown was a huge disappointment and no one really stole the show besides him. The funny thing is, he could still make it right and put on a show on the dunk contest if he really wanted to. Number 4. Wilt Chamberlain vs. Muhammad Ali in the boxing ring. You guys have heard me talk about plenty of crazy things concerning Wilt Chamberlain, but one of the craziest is how he nearly fought the greatest in the sport of boxing, Muhammad Ali. It all started on Howard Cosell's show in 1967 when Wilt challenged Ali to a fight, but it wouldn't gain serious momentum until a few years later. Even at a time when media wasn't nearly what it is today, there was a ton of coverage about this possible fight, as both potential competitors were doing a tremendous amount of trash talking leading up to the event, which was scheduled to be at Madison Square Garden. Although Wilt would be out of his element, he did certainly have the physical advantages, as he was 7 foot 1 inches tall, weighing about 275 pounds, and he had a 92-inch reach, compared to Ali, who was 6 foot 3 inches tall, weighed about 210 pounds, and had a 78-inch reach. When asked for a prediction on the fight, Ali responded with just one word: Timbo! Wilt Chamberlain agreed to fight Muhammad Ali for a total of $500,000 after taxes. But when the time came to sign the papers and make it official, the contract said that Chamberlain would be getting $500,000 before taxes. Wilt, being upset about this, decided to decline the fight. Ali was insistent upon making it work, so he said he would equally split the purse of $1.5 million with Chamberlain, but Wilt refused that too. Even though Wilt made the challenge, Ali was definitely more insistent on making the fight happen. But at the end of the day, Wilt decided that it wasn't enough money to make it worth the time and the effort. Let me know in the comments who you think would have won the fight and in what fashion. Number 3. Shaquille O'Neal vs. Hakeem Olajuwon in a televised game of one-on-one. In 1995, Shaq and Hakeem were at the center of the debate for the title of the best big man in the entire NBA. But Hakeem basically squashed that debate as soon as the NBA Finals were played in June. It was between Shaq's Magic and Hakeem's Rockets, but it was hardly a contest as the Rockets swept the Magic in just 4 games. Although both centers played extremely well and each put up strong numbers, it was clear which big man had firmly established himself as the man on top of the basketball world. This narrative didn't sit very well with the Diesel, who said he believed that he was still the better big man. So Shaq sent this letter to Olajuwon challenging him to a game of one-on-one to settle the score once and for all. Hakeem actually accepted the challenge and hype began to swirl around the basketball world. This was such an anticipated and expected event that there was even television ads to promote the showdown. Unfortunately, Hakeem Olajuwon injured his back leading up to the event, and the matchup had to be canceled just a day before they were set to square off. Shaq was later asked in an interview if he thought Hakeem was just looking for an excuse to back out, but Shaq had too much respect for the dream and said that he didn't believe that was the case. Let me know in the comments who you think would have won in that one-on-one scenario. Number 2, the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers. I won't talk about this one too much because I have quite a bit in recent videos. But when the trade went down in the winter of 2011, basketball fans only had about an hour and a half to anticipate a Chris Paul and Kobe Bryant tandem before news broke that the league office had blocked the trade. Obviously, the biggest disappointment for basketball fans as a whole was how it ruined the chances of a Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James NBA Finals, which is one of the most unfortunate realities of NBA history without question. Number 1. The NBA claiming that it would crack down on flopping and then doing basically nothing. A lot of people wouldn't consider this one to be anywhere close to the top spot, but what you need to understand about me is that I absolutely hate flopping. As an old school basketball fan, I see flopping as a constant reminder of how much the league has softened since the golden days when I first started watching the game. I don't really blame the players though, since flopping does give them a competitive edge. It gets the other team in foul trouble, it can make a regular foul look like a flagrant, and in the cases of guys like James Harden, it can earn you a lot of easy extra points at the free throw line. It's not like guys didn't flop back in the day, because trust me, guys like Vlade Divac and Danny Ainge were frequent floppers, which is a big reason why I didn't like either of them. But throughout the years, it's only become worse and worse as it's now a regularly practiced strategy on a widespread level. It got bad enough that in 2012, the NBA established that it would be fining its players for flopping. The rules stated that any player who flops during the regular season would first be warned, followed by fines in increments of $5,000 for each successful flop during the season. I remember when this announcement first happened, and I, along with many other basketball fans, was beyond thrilled, thinking that this would be the move to eradicate this pathetic acting out of the league. Well, the problem is, the league has since painfully under-enforced the rule. In the past 10 seasons of the rule being established, there have only been a total of 31 fines given to the players. Despite his reputation, Chris Paul has never been fined. James Harden and LeBron James have been fined only once, and in the last 2 seasons of the NBA as a whole, there have been 0 fines distributed to all of the players. And a lot of these flops that I've been showing on screen took place in the last 2 seasons. So again, it's not mainly the player's fault, but the league office for refusing to enforce the rules like they're serious about it. One can only imagine how much better the league would be today if the league office actually grew a spine and enforced the rules like they meant it. So now it's your turn. Which one of these scenarios would you have liked to see play out? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Thanks for watching as always, make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Bulls' 6 championships in 8 years, there's no question that Scottie was an integral part of their success, and that there's absolutely no way Jordan's legacy is what it is today without his 6'7" wingman by his side. But the thing that's often forgotten, overlooked, or just never realized is that Pippen had a lot of legacy-defining moments after Michael Jordan retired from the Bulls in 1998. and I think the twilight of his career is significantly more fascinating than most people realize. After the Bulls had their last dance season, winning their 6th championship ring in franchise history, general management was determined to head in another direction and prove that they could rebuild the organization into a younger championship contender. As a result, Phil Jackson was given the door, Michael Jordan retired, and a 33-year-old Scottie Pippen was traded to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Roy Rogers and a second-round draft pick. In hindsight, this was one of the worst trades in Bulls history, as Rogers and the second-round draft pick never amounted to much of anything. On the other hand, Pippen was heading to Houston, where he was joining a starting lineup that included Hakeem Olajuwon and Charles Barkley. Now sure, when you look at an image of these three legends in the same uniform, it certainly looks like a super team. But before you completely jump to that conclusion, it's important to know the context of that situation. Charles Barkley was 35 years old and was not in the shape that he once was. Hakeem Olajuwon was nowhere close to his peak form, as he was 36 years old and had only played 47 games in the previous season due to injuries. Before Pippen joined, the Barkley, Drexler, and Olajuwon-led Rockets only had a 41-41 record in the 97-98 season, and they were eliminated out of the first round of the playoffs. Hypothetically, at an earlier time, a trio of Barkley, Olajuwon, and Pippen may have been one of the greatest teams of all time. But at this point, Pippen was basically joining a retirement home for NBA superstars. The 98-99 season was also a lockout-shortened season, with what I believe was the most grueling schedule in league history. Because the league took so long to agree upon a collective bargaining agreement, regular season games didn't start until February 5th of 1999. This meant that teams had to play 50 games in just 90 days. Quite often, teams had to play games on back-to-back-to-back nights. At one point, Houston had played 9 games in just 13 days. This non-stop schedule was going to be especially brutal on an older team like the Houston Rockets. With that being said, the Stars put in their best efforts, as Pippen and Olajuwon played all 50 games, and Barkley played 40 out of the 50 games. Throughout the regular season, Pippen averaged 14.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists, and 2 steals on 43.2% shooting, which was reduced numbers from his previous season in Chicago. But some of that may have been because of the fact that he had to share the ball with more offensively minded stars in Houston. He provided the team some fast break basketball and was the anchor of the squad's perimeter defense, which is why he earned a first-team All-Defense selection. The Rockets finished the regular season with a 31-19 record, securing the 5th seed in the Western Conference playoffs. In the first round, they were going up against a much younger Lakers team, led by Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. This is where things first got weird for Scottie's career after Jordan. In this specific series, Scottie likely had the worst playoff game of his career and the best playoff game of his career. Houston narrowly lost Game 1 with a final score of 101-100, but Pippen did his part, putting up 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. But in Game 2 in Los Angeles, the Lakers were on fire from the field, while Scottie couldn't get anything going, as he scored just 3 points on 0 of 7 shooting from the field. After this performance, the narrative was beginning to swirl in the media that Pippen had reached the end of his productive career. With his abilities in question and in a 0-2 hole against a younger squad, Pippen responded like the proven champion that he is, and in Game 3, he completely took over, as a helpless Kobe Bryant could do nothing to slow him down. Scottie dropped a playoff career high of 37 points and added 13 rebounds and 4 assists on 44.4% shooting, as he played all 48 minutes. He did all of that while a superstar teammate Hakeem Olajuwon only scored 5 points on 2 of 12 shooting. This resulted in a much-needed blowout victory for Houston. But in Game 4, the Lakers handled their business, closing out the series in the 4th game. Scottie attempted to go down fighting, and although he filled up the stat sheet, he didn't do it very efficiently. as he had 19 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals on only 6 of 23 shooting. At the conclusion of that season, a frustrated Scottie requested a trade, and part of that frustration was because of his poor relationship with Charles Barkley behind the scenes. Later on, Barkley expressed his thoughts on Pippen requesting a trade, saying, "For him to want to leave after 1 year, it disappointed me greatly. The Rockets went out of their way to get Scottie, and the fans have treated him well, so I was just disappointed in him." To this, Pippen responded publicly by saying, "I wouldn't give Charles Barkley an apology at gunpoint. He can never expect an apology from me. If anything, he owes me an apology for coming to play with his fat butt."
Well, he said he would never apologize.
Not even at gunpoint.
But as you know, I always carry a gun with me. So there is a chance. There's a chance. I'm gonna go to my truck and get my gun and see. So if I get arrested for murder, y'all know he didn't apologize.
As a result, the Rockets did meet Pippen's request and traded the small forward to the Western Conference contenders, the Portland Trail Blazers. Portland was a very talented yet youthful team that was in desperate need of veteran experience and leadership, and Pippen was seen as the suitor for that role. Due to his increasing age, Scottie's minutes took a significant dip from his season in Houston, but he remained an all-around productive player, as he played all 82 games, averaging 12 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1.4 steals on 45% shooting. He was also honored on the NBA's second all-defensive team. With a well-rounded, remarkably deep roster, the Portland Trail Blazers finished the regular season with a 59-23 record, which was good enough for the second-best record in the entire league, behind only Shaq and Kobe's Lakers. At that time, heading into the playoffs, everyone believed that these two Western Conference powerhouses were on a collision course to meet in the West Finals, but that was yet to be seen. In the first round against Kevin Garnett and the Minnesota Timberwolves, Pippen led his team in points, rebounds, and steals as they comfortably eliminated the Wolves in just 4 games. Then in the semifinals against Stockton and Malone of the Utah Jazz, Pippen led the Blazers in assists and steals, while eliminating the Jazz in just 5 games. Now the stage was set for the Lakers and Blazers, as Pippen was going up against his former championship-winning head coach. At this point in history, the Western Conference was considered to be much stronger than the East, and the belief was that whoever won this series out West would easily go on to prevail as NBA champions in the finals. In Los Angeles, the Lakers convincingly won Game 1, regardless of the fact that Pippen dropped a solid 19, 11, and 5. The Blazers then dominated Game 2 in Staples Center, stealing away home court advantage in the series. And in that game, Pippen dropped 21 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals on 60% shooting. Then stunningly, the Lakers won Games 3 and 4 in Portland, taking a demanding 3-1 lead in the series. Up to that point, no team had ever come back from a 3-1 deficit in the Western Conference Finals, so everyone was basically assuming that this was coronation time for the Lakers. But the Blazers had other plans, and showed their fighting spirit. In a do-or-die 5th game, Pippen showed up with a clutch performance, leading the Blazers in scoring while being a menace defensively. On the night, Pippen dropped 22 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks on 67% shooting, resulting in a 96-88 victory. Then, back in their building for Game 6, the Blazers convincingly controlled the game, forcing a Game 7 in Los Angeles with a final score of 103-93. Under Scottie Pippen's leadership, the Blazers were just 1 game away from completing one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history, but they were going to have to do it in Los Angeles. The Blazers had the momentum on their side, and that continued after the tip-off of Game 7. For the vast majority of the game, the Blazers seemed to be in complete control, and Staples Center was awfully quiet. At the end of the first quarter, Portland had a 7-point lead, and at the end of the third quarter, that lead had increased to 13. Pippen was having himself a solid game, and through 3 quarters, he had 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists, leading his team in 2 of those stats. But that's when seemingly everything changed. When the 4th quarter began, the Lakers were blistering hot, while the Blazers couldn't buy a bucket. For an 8-minute stretch of the 4th quarter, the Blazers didn't convert a single field goal, missing a total of 13 straight shots. Scottie Pippen specifically had 0 points on 0 of 3 shooting with 3 fouls and 1 turnover, in a quarter he desperately wishes he could have back. Shaq, Kobe, and the rest of the Lakers had completely stolen the momentum, and the rest was history, as they defeated the Blazers in Game 7, eventually going on to win the NBA championship over the Indiana Pacers. Many people don't realize this, but given the fact that the West was expected to dominate the East, regardless of who the conference winners were, Scottie was basically 1 quarter away from winning another championship ring as the leader of his squad. He was 1 quarter away from defeating Phil Jackson and surpassing Michael Jordan in the championship ring count. Unfortunately, this was Pippen's last real shot at an additional championship ring, as his Blazers were swept out of the first round of the playoffs in the next 2 seasons by the clearly superior Lakers team, meaning that Pippen was eliminated by the Lakers in 4 straight seasons. At the end of the day, Scottie Pippen is much more than simply a sidekick to Michael Jordan. But when we look at his career post-Jordan, we see that he had one of the weirder rollercoaster finales of an NBA Hall of Famer, as it included drama, remarkable highs, and some terrible, remarkable lows. The NBA has 2 major conferences, the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference, and for as long as the NBA has been a thing, the winner of each conference are the teams who play in the NBA Finals. The thing is, that doesn't necessarily mean that the 2 best teams in the league are being represented in the NBA Finals, because decently often, the 2 best teams in the league are actually within the same conference. Today, we're looking at 4 instances where the 2 best teams were clearly battling in the conference finals, rather than the NBA Finals. Let's get into it. First off, the 1971 West Finals. The winner of the East Conference was about as improbable of a winner as they come. Although the Baltimore Bullets had quality star players like Wes Unseld and Earl Monroe, they were a pretty average team throughout the regular season, both offensively and defensively, which is why they barely snuck into the playoffs with a 42-40 record. Somehow, they played far above their expectations when the playoffs began, as they won every series in 7 games up until the NBA Finals. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, 2 championship-caliber teams were battling it out for a trip to the game's biggest stage. It was the Los Angeles Lakers, led by Wilt Chamberlain and Gil Goodrich, up against the dynamic duo of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson of the Milwaukee Bucks. Headlining the matchup was a battle of 2 of the greatest centers of all time, as both Kareem and Wilt had fantastic showings throughout the series. Ultimately, Kareem and the Bucks were just too much for the Lakers, as they closed them out in 5 games. Although that wasn't the longest series, there was still little doubt that both of those teams would have easily handled the Bullets, who were in way over their heads being in the finals in the first place. As expected, Kareem and the Bucks destroyed the overachieving Bullets, sweeping them in 4 games and winning nearly every game by a double-digit margin. Next is the 2002 West Finals. I gotta be honest, I think out of every series on this list, this one was the most obvious that the championship winner was coming from the Western Conference Finals. The New Jersey Nets were a solid team, but at this point in history, it was widely recognized that the Western Conference as a whole was far superior to the East. The Western Conference Finals were a matchup between the Sacramento Kings and the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers. At the time, these 2 teams had a fierce rivalry, and throughout the regular season, it was basically a foregone conclusion amongst basketball circles that these 2 teams would meet up in the West Finals. The Kings had won 61 games throughout the regular season, and the Lakers had won 58 as a 3rd seed. Meanwhile, the New Jersey Nets won only 52 games throughout the regular season, yet they had the best record in the entire Eastern Conference by a couple of games. That should tell you all you need to know about the disparity between the East and the West during that era. The Lakers and Kings series was an absolute classic, but it was also a series mired with controversy. At the end of the day, the Lakers won the series in overtime of the 7th game, and we all knew what would happen next. In the finals, the Lakers took their victory lap by sweeping the New Jersey Nets in 4 games, confirming what we all basically knew before the playoffs even started. Next up, the 2009 West Finals. That season, the winner of the Eastern Conference was the Dwight Howard-led Orlando Magic. And although they were a solid team, their road to the finals was a bit easier than it should have been, considering how the defending champion Boston Celtics lost their superstar Kevin Garnett to a knee injury before the playoffs began. If it wasn't for the injury, everyone would have expected a finals rematch between the Lakers and the Celtics in the finals. Now, the Western Conference Finals was a matchup between the motivated Los Angeles Lakers and the extremely hot Denver Nuggets. Now, the Magic did have a better record than the Denver Nuggets, as the Magic won 59 games throughout the regular season, while the Nuggets won only 54. But you have to consider that the Magic were playing a majority of their games against a weaker Eastern Conference, while the Nuggets were battling it out with a much tougher West. The other part you have to consider is how the Nuggets were building team chemistry throughout the season. Early during that season, the Nuggets traded Allen Iverson to the Detroit Pistons for the former Finals MVP Chauncey Billups. Although Iverson was certainly the bigger name, Billups was the better fit. The thing is, Denver had to build their chemistry throughout the season, but by the time the playoffs had rolled along, they were one of the hottest teams in the entire league. Kobe and Carmelo had epic individual battles throughout the West Finals, and at that point, everyone seemed to recognize that whoever won this series was going to win the NBA championship. Well, you guys know how this played out. Kobe and the Lakers won the series in 6 hard-fought games and advanced to the NBA Finals. And as expected, they made quick work of the vastly inferior Orlando Magic, comfortably winning in only 5 games. Lastly is the 2018 Western Conference Finals. For LeBron James fans, this season is remembered fondly for James's incredible effort throughout the regular season and the postseason, carrying his Cavs to the NBA Finals. Most people recognize how the Eastern Conference was weaker during this time, which aided LeBron's trip to the finals. Regardless, his incredible run was still impressive. One of the reasons LeBron's run was so improbable was the fact that this was his first season without Kyrie Irving by his side. When you look at that Cavs roster from top to bottom, anyone who knows basketball could see how they didn't have the same level of talent as the top 2 teams in the Western Conference. Those squads were the juggernaut Golden State Warriors and the 65-17 Houston Rockets. This is recent enough history that you guys probably know all of the details. Houston and Golden State had an epic 7-game series that looked like either team was capable of winning. Although the Warriors did end up closing out the series in the decisive 7th game, the Rockets' starting point guard and their second best player, Chris Paul, suffered a season-ending injury in the 5th game with the series tied at 2 games apiece. With Paul out of the lineup, the Rockets were incapable of reaching their ceiling, which ultimately led to the Warriors closing it out. The Warriors then went on to sweep LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. And in Game 1, it took one of the greatest performances of LeBron's life to even keep the game close. Not only do I believe the championship was decided in the West Finals, but the Rockets also won both of their regular season matchups against Cleveland that year by an average margin of 18 points. Whether it would have been the Rockets or the Warriors, I think either team would have made quick work of Cleveland in 2018.
For as long as the NBA has been in existence, star players have been making their mark on the league with what we call signature moves. They may have not necessarily been the inventor or the originator of the move, but in these cases, they were the first to implement it as a regular and lethal part of their game. The thing is, for various reasons, people often get it wrong when it comes down to these signature moves. We often acknowledge a more recent player, probably for the simple fact that it's what the wider audience is familiar with. But with a more broad understanding of basketball history, we begin to understand how that can be somewhat disrespectful to the players who were doing it before them. Today, we're looking at a handful of players who I believe are incorrectly given credit as the originators of their moves. First off, Steph Curry and the deep three. I'll admit, it's not common for a player to willingly take three-point shots several feet beyond the line, especially in the 90s. But with that being said, there was at least a couple players who were doing it. The first one that comes to mind was the Phoenix Suns' Stan Marley. Marley played for several teams throughout the course of his career, but it was in Phoenix where he truly made a name for himself, as he made 3 All-Star teams and was arguably the most reliable 3-and-D type of player in the entire league. To this day, it slightly annoys me when people act like Steph was the first player to willingly shoot several feet beyond the three-point line, because even as a younger basketball fan, I remember Marley doing this with regularity in Phoenix. Not as often as players in the modern game, of course, but it was often enough for it to be seen as his own signature move. Many of Marley's bombs were also provided in clutch moments, where his team absolutely needed each point. Although I truly believe that Marley was the pioneer of this, there was a few other players who would do it occasionally as well, like Portland's Rasheed Wallace, Vince Carter, and even Kobe Bryant with his heat check shots. Second up is Dirk Nowitzki and the Dirk Fade. Dirk Nowitzki's fadeaway jumper has become iconic, and given the fact that he's a 7-footer, it's one of the most difficult shots to defend of basketball history. Stylistically, it's very different from the fadeaways of guys like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. But with that being said, he still wasn't the first player to regularly implement this style into his jump shot. Decades before Dirk ever played his first professional game, Wilton Norman Chamberlain was scoring over the top of centers with that style of a fadeaway. Contrary to popular belief, this was a pretty common method of scoring from Wilt, as it was not only well known among his peers, but there's also entire compilation videos on YouTube of Wilt making these shots. Seeing how he had an extremely high release point, how he's 7 foot 1 inches tall with a 7 foot 8 inch wingspan, and how he had an elite vertical leap, Wilt bolstered arguably the most indefensible fadeaway that the game has ever seen. Even in his prime, when Chamberlain was averaging 50 points a game, many of those baskets were coming from his Dirk-like fadeaway on a nightly basis. Next is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the skyhook shot. Speaking of difficult shots to defend, one of the rarest and most famous came from the Lakers captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The skyhook shot usually comes from a player who plays the center position, and with its sky-high release point, there's very little the opposing player can do to alter it. The vast majority of Kareem's 38,000 points were scored with this move, so obviously it comes as no surprise that it's most often associated with the NBA's all-time leading scorer. The thing is, he wasn't the originator of this move, not even close, as many players were doing it for decades before him. The first superstar to incorporate it into his game and use it with extreme lethality was the first Lakers legend, George Mikan. Not only did the 6'10" big man win numerous championships as the Lakers' leader, but he was also the man who frequently carried the team offensively, and the bread and butter of his offensive arsenal was his skyhook shot. If I haven't yet made my point of just how powerful and integral this shot was to his game, consider this. For 3 straight years, Mikan led the league in scoring with a near 30 points per game average, and he did this at a time when entire teams were averaging around 80 points per night. It was Mikan's dominant skyhook that made that kind of an offensive impact possible. Next is Isaiah Ryder and the East Bay Funk Dunk. The between-the-legs dunk has become a staple of the NBA dunk contest, and it doesn't appear to be leaving anytime soon. Players continuously try to find different variations of this dunk as a means to gain higher scores with the judges. The thing is, the popular belief among basketball fans is that Isaiah Ryder introduced it in 1994, Kobe Bryant solidified it in 1997, and Vince Carter made it iconic in 2000. But before each and every one of those instances, a player did the between-the-legs dunk in a dunk contest, but unfortunately, no one seemed to remember it. It came by a gifted athlete by the name of Orlando Woolridge in 1984. This was actually the first dunk contest of NBA history, and the winner of that contest was actually the Phoenix Suns' Larry Nance. With that being said, it was Woolridge who made history earlier in the contest when he made this East Bay dunk. The response from the audience was somewhat tame, as they didn't realize the history that they just witnessed. Apparently, some of the judges didn't either, as Orlando's dunk only amassed a total of 48 points. This dunk went so under the radar that many basketball fans still believe that Ryder was the originator of it in the NBA. But if you ever hear any fans say such a thing, be sure to remind them of this forgotten gem. Lastly is LeBron James and the chase down block. I will not argue that LeBron isn't the greatest chase down blocker of all time, but on that note, you would be wrong to think that he was the first player to do it with some level of regularity. Among his many skills, chase down blocks were a legitimate part of Hakeem Olajuwon's game, as he had the speed, length, and athleticism to catch up to opposing players and punish them for going up softly. He didn't do it as often as LeBron has, but it was certainly within the Hall of Famer's skill set, and a couple of those instances were in some tremendously significant playoff games.
The game of basketball was created in December of 1891 by YMCA gym teacher James Naismith in Springfield, Massachusetts. To create the game, he used a peach basket, a 10-foot pole, and a soccer ball. In 1891, the first ever basketball game was played between Naismith's students. It took quite a while, but a point was eventually scored, and basketball's first ever game concluded with an epic final score of 1-0. James Naismith would adjust the rules of the game over the next 20 years, and the game would continue to evolve. In 1892, dribbling became a legal move. In 1893, the first ever women's collegiate basketball game was played. In 1895, the popularity of basketball spread, and basketball became an established sport that was played through numerous high schools and college universities. By 1901, basketball collegiate competition was taking place all around the United States. As the years went on, Naismith added a backboard and created a leather basketball. In 1906, an iron ring with a woven net was used and replaced peach baskets. In the 1920s, small basketball leagues were forming around the country. Among these groups that formed were the Harlem Globetrotters, whose flashy and entertaining style helped spread basketball's popularity. In 1936, basketball officially became an Olympic sport, with the gold medal game played outside in raining conditions. In 1937, professional basketball established the NBL, meaning the National Basketball League, which became the first official pro basketball league. In 1939, NCAA basketball held their first official championship tournament. In 1946, competition arose for the NBL. The BAA, which means the Basketball Association of America, was established by Walter Brown. The NBL's popularity was slightly greater than the new BAA, but the BAA was quickly on the rise while hosting major basketball games in the Boston Garden and Madison Square Garden. From 1946 to 1949, the two leagues competed intensely to be the top basketball league in America. That was until August of 1949. Leaders of the NBL and the BAA met at the Empire State Building, and the two groups agreed to a merger of both leagues, which became the National Basketball Association, or of course as we know it, the NBA. George Mikan was just beginning his basketball career in the mid-1940s and became the first NBA star in a league that would become all about stars. In 1954, the 24-second shot clock was introduced to the NBA to expedite the game's tempo. In 1956, Bill Russell was drafted by the Boston Celtics, which was the beginning of the NBA's greatest dynasty in history. On March 2, 1962, Wilt Chamberlain had the greatest scoring performance in NBA history, individually scoring 100 points in a single game. In 1970, Oscar Robertson, a legendary NBA player and former president of the NBA Players Association, filed an antitrust lawsuit against the NBA. The suit was settled in 1976, which resulted in the creation of NBA free agency, which allowed player mobility by choice of the players. In 1976, the NBA and the ABA, which was the American Basketball Association, merged into one league. The NBA treated it as an expansion and absorbed 4 teams from the ABA, increasing the league from 18 to 22 teams. In the 1970s, the league's popularity had taken hits amidst on-court violence and alarming amounts of drug abuse throughout the association. In 1978, Larry Bird was drafted by the Boston Celtics, and in 1979, Magic Johnson was drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers. This sparked the greatest rivalry in NBA history, which led the NBA to record heights of popularity and viewership. And Magic and Bird are now commonly seen as the saviors of the NBA. In 1984, Michael Jordan was drafted by the Chicago Bulls. Michael would be the one to take the torch from Bird and Magic, and Jordan would carry the league to new heights throughout the 1990s. In 1992, the USA Olympic basketball team included NBA players for the first time in Olympic history. Led by Jordan, Magic, and Bird, the Dream Team dominated the Barcelona Summer Olympics, and the team is commonly credited for increasing the NBA's popularity onto a global scale. After Jordan's final retirement in 2003, players like Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, and Steph Curry took the torch and have helped the NBA's brand grow into the league we know and love today.
If you've ever been a part of NBA debates that involve discussions about the 1980s, then you know that people can be pretty divided on their opinions on the style and quality of basketball that came from that era, and even about what that era represented. As someone who loves that era of NBA basketball and who has personally watched hundreds of hours throughout my life of it, I feel like I can offer a bit of clarification on how people can accurately view this decade. I want to start by tackling several aspects about the decade and talk about what's true, what isn't true, and what you might have not known. First, we'll start with one of the most argued over topics, defense. The current perception of 80s defense depends on who you ask. If you ask a fan from an older generation, more often than not, they're going to tell you that defense was greater at that time, that back then, they played grown man defense. They would always punish each other physically back then, and nowadays, they can barely even touch each other. This is their narrative. But if you ask a lot of younger fans, they don't have to deal with the nostalgia bias, but they also have the disadvantage of not actually watching those games. Those younger fans will say things like defense was less advanced back then, and that it was easier to score and not as physical as advertised. There's even compilation videos on YouTube of bad defense from the 80s, where guys are given little resistance and minimal hustle and effort is on display. So what gives? You've got two different groups saying totally opposite things about a specific decade. Well, as usual, the truth lies somewhere in the middle and a little off to the side. Let's start with the facts and details we know about 80s basketball. In today's current NBA, teams average 111.7 points per game, which is really high. It's actually the highest since the days Wilt Chamberlain played basketball. Now, the 1980s was actually very close in total offense. Throughout that decade, teams usually averaged around 109 points per game, which is also a lot of offense. Not only that, but throughout the 80s, teams shot 48% from the field compared to today's 46%. In fact, in terms of field goal percentage, the 1980s were the most efficient decade in all of NBA history. I could break down all the statistical league averages in detail, but here's what you need to know. Today, the league is very high scoring. The 2000s were very low, the late 90s were very low, the early 90s were high, and the 1980s were very high. So immediately, at face value, it appears the 80s defensive era narrative has been pretty overblown, based on how many points they were scoring and how efficiently they were scoring. But what we need to understand was that the biggest contributing factor to this was the pace of play. The 1980s was some of the most fast-break, transition-heavy basketball the league has ever seen. In today's game, most of the very high scoring comes from the inflation of three-point attempts. But in the 80s, it was more due to the fact that most games looked like a track meet. The Showtime Lakers of the 80s were famous for this since Magic Johnson was always pushing the tempo. But it wasn't just them. Many teams played a fast break style, like the Denver Nuggets, who were notorious for their incredibly fast and potent offense, but also a terrible defense. The Pistons, despite their defensive perception, also ran the fast break a lot and could score a ton of points. And there were also teams like Phoenix, Dallas, Portland, and Philadelphia. So transition basketball was pretty much the norm in those days. And what do you get with a lot of fast breaks? Plenty of layups and dunks, which are easier opportunities. Easier opportunities equals a higher field goal percentage. The highest scoring game in NBA history actually came from this era, which was on December 13th, 1983, when the Detroit Pistons defeated the Denver Nuggets in triple overtime, 186 to 184. These were the Pistons, who were known for their physicality, their Jordan rules, and their overall punishing defense. So how in the world could this defensively revered squad be involved in a game where the final score was in the 180s? It's starting to sound like this whole defensive era thing is just a huge myth. Well, we're not done yet, and that brings us to the next aspect that goes somewhat hand in hand with this one, physicality. One of the biggest influences in the different eras that people don't usually think of is the flagrant foul rule. Most of you know the details of the flagrant foul, but for those who don't, it's a foul where unnecessary roughness is used on another player,
Many times it's called when there is a blow to the head or strong physical contact that was in no way a play on the basketball. Committing this flagrant foul can be devastating to the team that does it, because it results in either 1 or 2 free throws and maintained possession of the ball, and often an ejection of the player who committed the foul. This is a pretty good rule. It keeps players protected, it keeps players from unnecessary serious injuries, and it often keeps tense moments from escalating into really ugly situations. And this rule did not exist until 1990. That means that in the fullness of the 1980s, almost every hard foul was just considered a common foul. If this is the case, doesn't it make sense to hit the offensive player a little harder to make sure he doesn't get an and one? Doesn't it make sense to put a little extra on it if it means they think twice before attacking the basket next time? The games in the 80s weren't always played with this physically punishing nature, only when they needed to be, like for the Jordan rules or in the NBA playoffs. In the postseason, where every possession and every point counts, players would often exercise this freedom for the sake of trying to win the ball game. It wasn't that this generation of players was naturally more violent, it's that they were allowed to be. The truth is, just like modern basketball, there were players who played great defense, and there were players who played terrible defense. The key differences were the high-octane pace of play and the permissible hard fouls. In the 1980s, it was possible to have both a league where teams could score into the 120s and a league where games would become very physical and the style would change significantly. There was a term back in the day that was common among players, coaches, referees, and commentators: setting the tone. You don't hear it much anymore in today's game, but back then it was very important, and it essentially meant that they were coming out of the gates to start the game, setting the tone for the game's pace, style, and physicality. Nowadays, the game is much more consistent in terms of its style and physicality, because the rules have become much more clear on what is acceptable and what's not, what is permissible contact and what isn't. In the 80s, it was easier for players to control the game and more difficult for the referees to control the game, because pretty much anything goes. For example, it was common for teams like the Celtics and Pistons to be even more physical in matchups with the Lakers, trying to take them out of their finesse style of basketball. They came out of the gates setting the tone, and oftentimes, it worked. The next aspect is athleticism. You've heard it, and I've heard it. The idea that players back then were slower, weaker, and smaller than modern-day athletes. Is it somewhat accurate? Probably. Is it also grossly exaggerated? Probably that too. In the past 10 years of modern NBA basketball, the average height of the NBA player is 6 foot 7 inches tall and weighs 220.7 pounds. In the 10 years of the 1980s, the average height was also 6 foot 7 inches tall and the average weight was 207 pounds. So although they stood just as tall side to side to one another, the major difference was the weight of the players at nearly 14 pounds less. Simply put, this difference was usually made up of muscle mass. Modern players have an advantage with modern training methods, eating habits, and fitness routines. Guys in the 80s were simply skinnier, but many of them were still very athletic and had lean muscle. They just overall looked a little less physically imposing than today's players. This has partially led some newer fans to criticize this era when they're looking at some of the most non-threatening and least athletic players of the 80s. They'll say things like the league was packed with part-time plumbers and accountants. I hate it when people say this though, because it's easy to take small samples and condemn an entire era for it. It's almost like when people think of the state of athleticism in 2020, they automatically think of Giannis. And when they think of the state of athleticism in the 90s, they think of Jeff Hornacek. The problem with that is that it's erring on an extreme example, and isn't a proper survey of the athleticism of the league as a whole at that time. Want another example? Picture 20 years from now. People are hating on LeBron James, saying he didn't play in a strong era of real athleticism, and here's their future arguments. How strong is LeBron's era in 2016 when he lost the MVP race to a guy who struggles to dunk a basketball? How strong could that era have been when one of the best players in the league was someone who was consistently overweight? In LeBron's era, he played against plumbers like JJ Redick and Kelly Olynyk. How weak were the athletes in LeBron's era if a guy who was only 5 foot 9 inches tall could average nearly 30 points per game? Don't you guys see how ridiculous and biased these statements are? Although many of the statements are true to an extent, they're cherry-picking details and acting as if it's the complete picture. They're completely lacking context, but statements like these are usually just emotionally motivated agendas in order to build a negative narrative about a player that they don't like as much as their favorite player. People do this all the time with the 1980s. But when you look around the league in that era as a whole, you see guys who were incredible athletes like Dominique Wilkins, Kenny Skywalker, Michael Jordan, Daryl Dawkins, Charles Barkley, Gerald Wilkins, Julius Erving, Shawn Kemp, Xavier McDaniel, Hakeem Olajuwon, Karl Malone, James Worthy, Tom Chambers, Darrell Griffith, David Thompson, Terrence Stansbury, Clyde Drexler, Larry Nance, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, David Robinson, Roy Hinson. Seriously, do I need to keep going? Many people are just too young or weren't watching at that time to know about a lot of the freakishly gifted athletes of the 1980s, just like how 20 to 30 years from now, many people won't know about many of the great athletes we watch in today's game. The final aspect is competition. I'll make this one quick, but since the 1960s when the Boston Celtics ruled the basketball world, the 1980s were the toughest era of competition in terms of how hard it was to break through and win a championship. That was because the 80s were, as I call it, the era of super teams. There was so much talent at the top of the league, and you had several dynasty-worthy rosters consistently duking it out. Part of that was how the league was rich with stars, but the other part was how there were only 23 teams in the league. Imagine today's NBA, and then we eliminate 7 of the teams, and then distribute the talent from those teams to the remaining 23 teams. Naturally, what would you get? A handful of super teams. This was essentially the NBA in the 1980s. Look around the teams of the league and who won championships in that decade. If you had just 1 or 2 stars on your team in that era, you're not winning a championship. You needed 3 or 4 and a deep bench just to even win 1 ring. With all this being said, am I saying that the 80s was the greatest era of basketball? Not necessarily, but it was a great era, with a crazy history, and with a fantastic collection of talent and athletes, and it certainly deserves your respect.
This is a topic I've wanted to tackle for a while, because it's something that has people pretty divided whenever it comes up. And as one of the ultimate Kobe Bryant fans who watched basically the entirety of his basketball career, I thought I should give my perspective on it as well. Now, when it comes to Kobe's abilities as an offensive player, there isn't a tremendous amount to be debated. Simply put, he's one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. He's currently 4th on the NBA's all-time scoring list. He has the 2nd greatest scoring performance of all time, which is when he dropped 81 points on the Raptors. And he has the longest streak of 40-point games and 50-point games by anyone not named Wilt Chamberlain. If you ask me personally, I don't think Kobe was the greatest scorer in NBA history, but I do believe he was the most impressive scorer of all time, as no one could consistently make the insanely difficult shots that he could make on a regular basis. To me, this aspect of Kobe's legacy is unwavering, and most people tend to agree that he's one of the greatest scorers of all time. But then, there's the other side of the court, and this is where things get a bit more shaky. If I asked you if Kobe Bryant was one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history, what would your answer be? He certainly has the reputation of being a great defensive player, and in numerous instances, Kobe displayed what he was capable of on that end of the court. To me, the greatest example of Kobe's tenacity and defensive excellence was when he led the Redeem team in the 2008 Summer Olympics. Kobe understood full well that with that stacked roster of offensive superstars, he wouldn't need to be as aggressive offensively, and instead decided to focus his energy on the defensive end of the court. That summer, he accepted the assignment of shutting down the best player on the opposing teams. And Kobe's Olympic teammates have spoken at length about how his mindset and leadership motivated the team defensively, which helped them secure the gold. At least in that time frame, Kobe was absolutely elite defensively, as he demonstrated his lockdown abilities when he set his mind to it. But that begs the question, did Kobe always set his mind on being a lockdown defensive player? Here's something to consider. In the history of the NBA, Kobe is tied for the most first-team all-defensive selections with a total of 9. The players he is tied with are Michael Jordan, Kevin Garnett, and Gary Payton. So based on that, some may consider him on the same level as those other defensive players.
Well, the thing is, of the players in that group, Kobe is the only player who never won the Defensive Player of the Year award. Jordan won the award in 1988, Gary Payton won it in 1996, and Kevin Garnett won it in 2008. In fact, Kobe never finished higher than 3rd overall in the DPOY race, and other than that single season in 2000, he never finished higher than 5th. Now, some bring up the point that the all-defensive selections and the DPOY award is all based on voting by the media. So in a sense, there's no objective truth to a player being considered as better or worse based on those awards, because it all comes down to their opinions. While there is some truth to that point, you also have to consider the aspects that are less about opinions and more about the bottom line. For example, defensive statistics. Given how Jordan and Kobe have the same amount of first-team all-defensive selections, and Kobe actually has more defensive selections overall, let's focus a bit on a comparison between these two defensively, seeing how they both play at the same position and with similar styles. Jordan specialized as a defensive pickpocket. He was good at reading defenses and jumping the passing lanes. With his massive hands and with his tremendous strength, he was also very good at stripping the ball from the opposing ball handler. In Jordan's first 9 seasons before his retirement in 1993, he didn't have a single season where he didn't average at least 2 steals per game. In 3 of those seasons, he actually led the league in steals per game. On the other hand, Kobe only had 1 season in his 20-year career where he averaged at least 2 steals per game, and he never once led the league in that category. Despite the fact that Kobe played 5 more seasons and nearly 300 more games in his career, Jordan actually leads Bryant on the all-time steals list by nearly 600 steals. To put it simply, when it comes to forcing turnovers and stripping the ball from the opponent, MJ was on another level entirely. So let's look at another aspect of defense, blocking shots. Earlier in Kobe's career was when he was at his best as a shot blocker, which makes sense since his explosiveness and his vertical leap was at its greatest during his Froby days. With that being said, Kobe only had 1 season in his entire NBA career where he averaged at least 1 block per game, and that was a lockout-shortened season in 1999. On the other hand, Jordan had 4 seasons where he averaged at least 1 block per game, getting as high as 1.6 in 1988, which is actually the highest blocks per game average by a guard in NBA history. Along with that, MJ also had a higher career average than Kobe as well. There are other stats that should factor into this comparison as well, like advanced stats, and one of the examples of that is defensive win shares. At Kobe's best in the year 2000, he had a grand total of 4.5 defensive win shares over the course of that season. On the other hand, Jordan exceeded that total in 9 different seasons of his career, getting as high as 6.2 in 1996. Now listen, clearly all of these defensive stats are in favor of MJ. And I'm not bringing these up in an attempt to slander Kobe by any means, as he was at the very least a very good defensive player, but I'm simply pointing out that there's layers to this thing. Now, with all of these stats mentioned, some might want to point out that defensive statistics aren't always the best metric to understand the greatness of a defensive player. And you know what? That's a decent point. For example, Dennis Rodman is widely recognized as one of the greatest players of all time by pretty much everyone. Yet Rodman was nothing terribly impressive from a statistical standpoint, as he never had 1 season where he averaged at least 1 steal or 1 block in the entirety of his NBA career. Some of you may be wondering, if that's the case, what makes him a great defensive player? Well, that would be his skill that doesn't show up on the stat sheet, which is his smothering on-ball defense. A defender can be all over the offensive player and be consistently forcing him into making bad passes and taking bad shots. And for the most part, this wonderful defensive quality will not show up on the stat sheet. So with that in mind, let's revisit the comparison and evaluate how good Kobe was as an on-ball defender. A lot of this relies on personal experience and the eye test. From my observations, Kobe was a much better on-ball defender earlier in his career, as he began conserving some of his energy as he got later into his career. I also believe that Kobe was what I call a situational defender. The Mamba was the kind of elite defensive player who would pick his spots, based on the gravity of the moment, who he's up against, and what he's trying to prove. I don't think it will come as a surprise to anyone when I say that Kobe didn't always have the same intensity defensively as he had in the 2008 Summer Olympics. That's because he picks his spots, and that was a spot he picked. Obviously, we've all seen the highlights of Kobe putting the clamps on guys like Dwayne Wade and Kyrie Irving, and in large part, that was because Kobe accepted the challenge of a one-on-one superstar matchup. That was a spot he picked. But as a longtime Lakers fan, I also remember many instances where Kobe got a little lazy on defense and maybe relied a little too heavily on guys like Andrew Bynum to contest his cutting man at the rim. Although Kobe was capable of being the best defender on the court at any time, I also don't remember him bringing his best effort as consistently as guys like Jordan and Rodman. Don't just take it from me though, take it from his championship head coach, Phil Jackson. In his book called The Last Season, which was about the 2004 Lakers, the Zen Master had this to say about the Mamba. Kobe's defense, to be accurate, has faltered in recent years, despite his presence on the league's all-defensive team. The voters have been seduced by his remarkable athleticism and spectacular steals, but he hasn't played sound, fundamental defense. Mesmerized by the ball, he gambles too frequently, putting us out of position, forcing rotations that leave a man wide open, and doesn't keep his feet on the ground. This was Phil's honest perspective after the team imploded with their finals loss in 2004. Since Jackson was then retired at that point, that was probably the most genuine response we could have got from him. That was far from the last time that Phil would comment on Kobe's defensive abilities. And around the year 2010, Phil said that Kobe started winning some of his defensive selections based off of his tenacious reputation and not so much of his actual play on the court. Now, it's no secret that Phil liked to play mind games with his players, and it's possible that he was saying this as a way of motivating his star player to step up his game. Now, whether or not that was the case, I kind of agree with Phil's assessment. Although Kobe made a total of 12 all-defense teams, a total of 9 or 10 probably would have been more accurate, as it appeared clear to me that he had become vastly more selective about giving his best defensive efforts. So at the end of the day, where do I stand on Kobe's defensive abilities? Well, like I said before, he was a top defensive player who was capable of being the best defender on the court any given night, and many times he was. The problem with his defense, according to Phil Jackson and myself, is that Kobe wasn't as consistent as other great defenders, and he didn't have the longevity in that area either. In my own words, I would say that Kobe was a very, very good defensive player. But unlike some other Kobe fans, I think it's a step too far to say that he was one of the greatest defensive players of all time. Throughout the decades, there have been several superstar players who have dominated the league. And then, on the other hand, there have been other star players who became victims of that dominance. Today's video is about the NBA legends who ruined, or at the very least, greatly altered the legacy of another star player. And let me know in the comments what you think are some other examples. Without further ado, let's get into it. First off, Larry Bird, who ruined the legacy of Sidney Moncrief. All of you know who Larry Bird is. He was a 3-time NBA champion, a 3-time MVP, an all-around skillful threat everywhere on the court, and simply one of the top 10 greatest basketball players of all time. Let's be real, this 6'9" assassin doesn't need much more of an introduction. On the other hand, there's Sidney Moncrief. This 6'4" guard was one of the great two-way players of NBA history, as he was actually the first Defensive Player of the Year in 1983, and he's the only guard who's ever won the award multiple times. At his peak, he was averaging more than 22 points per game, and he was a perennial all-star, earning a selection in 5 straight seasons. He was the leader of the Milwaukee Bucks franchise throughout the majority of the 1980s, as they were talented enough to be considered as frequent title contenders. Unfortunately for Moncrief, he was playing on an Eastern Conference contender, at the same time that a prime Larry Bird was. And more often than not, when their paths crossed, Bird showed no mercy whatsoever. Things started off looking bright for the Bucks though. The two teams met up in the 1983 Eastern Conference semifinals, and the Bucks brought their best effort, as Moncrief put up these strong averages over the course of the series. On the other hand, Larry was hindered by an intense case of the flu that actually caused him to miss Game 2. At the end of the day, the second-seeded Bucks stunningly swept the third-seeded Boston Celtics, and Larry Bird said it was a massive embarrassment that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Well, it would seem that Bird took that moment personally, because he would never let Moncrief and the Bucks ever defeat him again. In the following season, both teams appeared to be even stronger, as the first-seeded Celtics met with the second-seeded Bucks in the 1984 Eastern Conference Finals. The series wasn't nearly as competitive as many expected it to be, as Bird was on an absolute mission, and over the course of the series, he dropped these monstrous averages, leading the Celtics' entire team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals, on remarkable efficiency. The Celtics comfortably eliminated the Bucks in 5 games, and obviously, this prevented Moncrief from making his first trip to the NBA Finals. 2 years later, the teams met up again in the 1986 Eastern Conference Finals. Bird had a series for the ages, as he nearly averaged a triple-double on absolutely goofy efficiency splits. Milwaukee never stood a chance, as Larry and the Celtics swept them in just 4 games, with an average margin of victory of 15 points. This was now the second straight season that Bird kept Moncrief from reaching the NBA Finals. The following year, the two teams met in the playoffs for the 4th time in just 5 seasons, and it was in the 1987 Eastern Conference semifinals. With the recent acquisitions of Jack Sikma and John Lucas, Milwaukee was poised to put up a greater fight than the previous season, and they did just that. Facing elimination in Game 6, Sidney Moncrief produced an epic performance as he dropped 34 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals on 55% shooting. They pushed Bird and the Celtics to a 7th game in Boston, but at the end of the day, Larry Legend was once again too much, as he put up 30, 10, and 8 in the decisive game, and the Celtics took home the win, with a final score of 119 to 113. Yet again, Bird had a dominant series, filling up the stat sheet across the board. In my opinion, Moncrief is already regarded as one of the most underrated players in basketball history. But because of Bird, he was denied several trips to the NBA Finals, and he may have even gone on to win an NBA championship, which would have certainly made him a legendary figure in the city of Milwaukee. To this day, many young basketball fans have never even heard of Sidney Moncrief, but I promise you, that wouldn't be the case if Larry Bird never existed. Next up, LeBron James ruined the legacy of DeMar DeRozan. This one is recent history, so it's not like I'm breaking any major news here. LeBron has the famous nickname LeBronto for an extremely good reason. For a while, he was punishing the Raptors year after year, and the player who suffered the most for that reality is DeMar DeRozan. For a while, people were considering DeRozan for the title of the greatest Toronto Raptor in franchise history. But the thing is, since DeRozan was traded in the summer of 2018, Kyle Lowry and Kawhi Leonard became NBA champions with the organization, which was the franchise's first and only title ever. DeMar could have been the first superstar to lead Toronto to the NBA Finals, and potentially win a championship. But of course, LeBron got in the way, time and time again. It started in the 2016 Eastern Conference Finals, where the first-seeded Cavs were taking on the second-seeded Raptors. DeRozan had a solid series of his own, but it hardly mattered as LeBron efficiently dominated the series. They met up again the following year in the 2017 Eastern Conference semifinals, and somehow James was even stronger than the previous season. The Cavs convincingly swept the Raptors, with an average margin of victory of 15.3 points, and the main reason for that was the Kings' utter dominance, as he put up averages of 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists on 57% shooting. And just when you start to think that he's caused them enough misery, James did it again the following season. This time, his Cavs swept the Raptors out of the 2018 semifinals, even without Kyrie Irving. And LeBron did it in iconic fashion, as he averaged 34, 11, and 8 on 55% shooting over the course of the series. Without LeBron's impact, DeRozan would be known today as the man who first took the Toronto Raptors to the NBA Finals. And if DeRozan had done that, then the Raptors management likely never trades him to San Antonio for Kawhi Leonard in the first place, which means Leonard never wins the championship that ended up diminishing DeRozan's legacy. The LeBronto effect wasn't just a few seasons long, but for someone, it had an effect that will last for the entire duration of his career. Last on my list is Michael Jordan, who utterly ruined the legacy of Karl Malone. In my opinion, there is no greater example of a superstar player ruining the legacy of another star. In our reality, with Michael Jordan around, Karl Malone is remembered as one of the greater players to never win a championship. But without Jordan around to hold him back, Malone is legitimately in the argument with Tim Duncan for the title of the greatest power forward of all time. Think about it. The Jazz squared off with the Bulls in the 1997 and the 1998 NBA Finals. In both cases, Jordan iconically defeated Malone and the Jazz to secure his 5th and 6th championship ring. In the process, Jordan made everyone look like a fool who voted for Malone as the MVP in 1997, as MJ immediately outplayed him and hit the game-winning buzzer beater in the first game of the NBA Finals. Without MJ, Malone likely has 2 championship rings, and possibly a Finals MVP or 2. Without MJ, Malone would have finished with 2 league MVP awards instead of 1, which is a total that would have equaled him to the great Tim Duncan. Along with all that, in our reality, Karl Malone has no scoring titles on his resume, but this was entirely Michael Jordan's fault. If you eliminate Jordan out of the picture, then Malone would have won the scoring title in 1989, and in 1990, and in 1991, and in 1992, and in 1997. In this scenario, those 5 scoring titles would give him more than Kevin Durant, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James. In fact, that would give him the second most in NBA history, trailing only Wilt Chamberlain. Now let's be clear. Michael Jordan was known to stop many superstar players from winning championships and from building their legacies. But there's no question that no player's legacy was hit harder by Jordan's impact than the one they call the mailman, Karl Malone.
Every legend of the game had to start somewhere. Some immediately let the world know how great they were, while others left a lot to be desired. So how did your favorite player start his career? Today, we're looking at the Day 1 rookie performances from the NBA GOAT candidates. According to my personal NBA GOAT series, there are a total of 9 GOAT candidates: Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, and Michael Jordan. Let's start with Magic Johnson. It came on October 12, 1979, in a road game against the San Diego Clippers. Magic wasn't immediately running the show as the official point guard, as the Lakers star Norm Nixon still held that official position. With that being said, you could still immediately see Magic's style and his excellent point guard tendencies, regardless of the fact that he was starting at the 2 spot. Offensively, Magic had one of the all-time great debut performances as he dropped 26 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks on 47.6% shooting. But it was the captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who had the final say, as he hit this iconic skyhook shot as time expired, winning the game 103-102, and the 20-year-old Magic celebrated like they just won the NBA championship. Interestingly enough, as good as Magic was on offense, he was much worse on defense, as he was torched by the Clippers' World B. Free, who dropped 46 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 7 steals on 65.5% shooting. Magic never went on to be an all-time great defensive player, but fortunately, he did improve quite a bit after this evening. To follow up Magic, we've got to take a look at Larry Bird. Larry's debut game also came on October 12, 1979, and what was simply an incredible day in the NBA. It may seem hard to believe, but there was once a time where Larry had to earn his minutes, although it certainly didn't last very long, as he efficiently filled up the stat sheet in only 28 minutes, with 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists on 50% shooting. Unfortunately, there is very limited footage available of this game online, but what you need to know is that Larry was his usual Larry self, and his Celtics got the W over the Houston Rockets 114-106. Next, we'll take a look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who at the time was still named Lou Alcindor, but out of respect, I'll still refer to him as Kareem. This debut game was on October 19, 1969, in a home matchup against the Detroit Pistons. Of course, he displayed his artistry with his famous skyhook shot, but he actually scored in a variety of ways this night, as he had an all-around dominant debut game, as he poured in 29 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks on 44.4% shooting. What makes it even more impressive is how he did the majority of his damage while being matched up against the 6'11 Hall of Famer Walt Bellamy, who had no answer for the 22-year-old rookie. This was merely a glimpse of the greatness that he would provide that season, as his Bucks won the game 119-110. Next, we'll take a look at another fundamentally sound big man, Tim Duncan. It was on October 31st, 1997, in a road game against the Denver Nuggets. Coming out of Wake Forest, Duncan was one of the most NBA-ready players that the league has ever seen, as his skills, confidence, and maturity was well beyond his youth. In his debut performance, he led his entire team in minutes, playing a total of 35, and he put up solid numbers of 15 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks on 66.7% shooting. It may not have been as explosive as Kareem's debut, but Duncan's consistency and reliability on both ends of the court was immediately noticeable after just one impressive performance, and as a result, his Spurs won the game with a score of 107-96. Next up, we'll take a look at the extremely young Kobe Bryant. It was on November 3rd, 1996, in a home matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, unlike many of the other GOAT candidates on this list, Kobe was a bit of a slow bloomer, and wasn't having a strong impact as soon as he joined his team. Part of that was the fact that he was fresh out of high school, but the other part was due to his coach Del Harris not giving him nearly as many minutes as the veteran players. The young Mamba only played a total of 6 minutes. He took 1 shot and he missed it, and had 1 rebound and 1 block to go along with it. I could drag this on, but to put it simply and concisely, the debut of the Mamba was nothing like the assassin that we would eventually know. His Lakers did ultimately win the game with a score of 91-85. Let's take it way back in time and look at who many people consider as the first GOAT candidate, Bill Russell. His debut performance came on December 22, 1956, in a matchup against the St. Louis Hawks. Interestingly enough, St. Louis was actually the team that first drafted Russell, before they traded him to the Celtics, and Russell wouldn't take long to haunt them for that decision. In this debut game, Russell scored 6 points and snagged 16 rebounds and 1 assist on 3 of 11 shooting from the field. Unfortunately, we don't have his defensive numbers on this night, but as usual, he dominated the boards and got the win as he typically does, with a final score of 95-93. How about his rival, Wilt Chamberlain? His first game was on October 24, 1959, against a team he frequently abused throughout his career, the New York Knicks. Wilt didn't just dominate New York on this evening, but he arguably had the greatest debut performance of all time, as he put up 43 points, 28 rebounds, and 1 assist on 63% shooting from the field. Even right out of the gates, Wilt was playing all 48 minutes. The Knicks tried to defend Wilt with a rotation of the 6'8 Charlie Tyra and the 6'11 Ray Felix, but neither were an answer for him, as the 23-year-old rookie had his way with the New York defense. Obviously, his blocks and steals were not tracked during this era, otherwise this rookie game may have been even more impressive. Next is LeBron James. His first game came on October 29, 2003, in a road matchup against the Sacramento Kings. I'm sure many of you remember watching this game live just like I did, as LeBron was almost certainly the most hyped draft selection that the league has ever seen. And what's quite astonishing is that even as an 18-year-old kid, he lived up to the moment, as he provided plenty of highlights and played solid basketball throughout, putting up 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals on 60% shooting. For some people who were pessimistic about his ability to live up to the hype, their doubts were immediately squashed after this monstrous display. Regardless of his terrific play, this rookie game went down as the only loss on this entire list, as the Kings ultimately won the game with a score of 106-92. Last on my list of GOAT candidates is Michael Jordan. MJ's first game was on October 26, 1984, in a home matchup against the Washington Bullets. The craziest part about this debut game is Jordan's career nearly ended just as it was getting started, as he had this terrible fall during a dunk attempt. If the angle of his landing had just been slightly different, it could have been a devastating injury to his arm or neck. Remarkably, Jordan not only stayed in the game, but he played 40 minutes on the evening, recording a stat line of 16 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks on 5 of 16 from the field. It was certainly not his most efficient night, but even at this point, the Chicago crowd could certainly recognize his one-of-a-kind athleticism and potential. His Bulls ended up winning the game with a final score of 109-93. So now it's your turn. Of all the games listed on the screen, which one of these debut performances did you find the most impressive or surprising? Every legend reaches its end, but not all finales are created equal. Some legends rode off into the sunset with their heads held high in triumph, while others left the game with just a whimper, wondering if they should have called it quits sooner. Today, we're looking at the greatest basketball artists of NBA history as we analyze their farewell performances and see if any closed out their careers with a masterpiece. According to my personal NBA GOAT series, there are a total of 9 GOAT candidates: Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. Since LeBron has not yet played his last game, he will not be present in this video. Let's start with the one who most recently retired, Tim Duncan. His final game was on May 12, 2016 in Game 6 of the Western Conference Semifinals against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Famously, Duncan aged gracefully throughout his NBA career, so closing it out with a solid performance didn't come as a surprise. We knew there was a chance that Duncan could retire at the end of that season, but I honestly thought he would be sticking around, as he didn't get the appreciative send-off like Kobe did. With that being said, there are worse ways to go out, as Duncan put up a solid 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block on 50% shooting from the field. Not only was San Antonio one of the oldest teams in the league, but Duncan himself had just recently turned 40 years old, and the much younger Oklahoma City Thunder took full advantage, as they closed out the series in commanding fashion with a final score of 113-99. Next, we'll take a look at the Celtics legend Larry Bird. Bird's farewell performance came on May 17, 1992, in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Semifinals against the Cleveland Cavaliers. At this point, Bird's athletic body was deteriorating fast, as he was now 35 years old and had been dealing with severe back problems for roughly half a decade. Not only that, but Magic Johnson's HIV announcement and absence from the league took a major toll on Bird's sense of motivation, which resulted in Larry deciding to hang it up when he still believed he had some game left in the tank. Due to his chronic back issues, Larry missed roughly 4 of the games that series, but he did play in the deciding 7th game. Larry had a modest contribution, but an efficient one, as he dropped 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 6 of 9 shooting from the field. It wasn't nearly enough, as the talented Cavs closed out the series with a blowout, as the final score was 122-104. To follow up Larry legend, of course, we've got to take a look at his rival, Magic Johnson. His final game came on May 2, 1996, in Game 4 of the first round against the Houston Rockets. Although Magic retired after the 1991 finals when he had his HIV announcement, he did actually return for a portion of the 95-96 season. His 4th-seeded Lakers were up against the 5th-seeded and 2-time defending champion Rockets. Magic actually played quite well in his first 3 games of that series, but unfortunately, the 4th game was his worst, as he finished with just 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on 2 of 8 shooting from the field. He also had 4 turnovers in his 30 minutes of playing time. Ultimately, Hakeem Olajuwon and the Rockets were just too much, as they eliminated Magic's Lakers with a final score of 102-94. Next, we'll take a look at the captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. His last game was on June 13, 1989, in Game 4 of the NBA Finals against the Detroit Pistons. This wasn't just a rough game, but a rough series for both Kareem and his Lakers. If they had won this series, it would have given him 7 rings as he rode off into the sunset. But instead, the superior Detroit Pistons swept the Lakers as Los Angeles was dealing with a multitude of injuries, including a hamstring injury to their best player, Magic Johnson. Kareem was known for aging gracefully throughout his career, but on this night, the 42-year-old center just didn't have it, as he was contained to only 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists on 2 of 8 shooting from the field. It wasn't as close as the final score indicated, as the Pistons won the championship 105-97. We've looked at enough duds of finales, so let's get into the great performances, starting with Wilt Chamberlain. His last game was on May 10, 1973, in Game 5 of the NBA Finals against the New York Knicks. Wilt's Lakers were competing for championships up to the very end, and despite being nearly 37 years old and playing on a bad knee during the final game of a long season, Wilt still managed to play all 48 minutes. On the night, he put up 23 points, 21 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks on 56.3% shooting from the field. He was giving a strong effort and was impactful on both ends of the court throughout, but regardless, his Lakers still came up short. Given how many times Wilt destroyed the Knicks throughout his career, it did seem a bit like poetic justice that they got the last laugh, as they won the championship with a final score of 102-93. How about his rival, Bill Russell? Russell's final game was on May 5, 1969, in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Los Angeles Lakers. Bill ended his career the same way he played it, winning Game 7s with a clutch effort. He played all 48 minutes and led his team in both assists and rebounds, as he put up 6 points, 21 rebounds, and 6 assists on 2 of 7 shooting from the field. It was a classic battle with the entire fourth quarter available on YouTube. Unfortunately, since it's only the fourth quarter, I can't count how many total steals and blocks he achieved. But even from just the fourth quarter alone, you can see his dominant impact and influence defensively. It's important to remember that not only was Russell leading his team on the court, but he was also the acting head coach, making him the only player coach to lead his team to a championship. If that's not a legendary way to go out, then I don't know what is. Next, we'll take a look at Michael Jordan. Michael's final game was on April 16, 2003, in a road matchup against the Philadelphia 76ers. Obviously, Jordan already had the perfect storybook ending, but that itch to play again was just a little too strong. Instead, his final game was in the regular season, and it was far from his best performance, as he pitched in 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 40% shooting from the field. It was mostly mid-range baskets from MJ, but he did manage to get one last finish at the rim. The game was a blowout in favor of Allen Iverson and the Sixers, to such a point that it was basically over by the third quarter. Due to this, Jordan only played 28 minutes in the game, and the crowd was chanting his name as he was on the bench, since they wanted to see him play more. The final score was 107-87 in a bittersweet ending for his airness. Lastly, we'll take a look at what's becoming the most famous farewell, Kobe Bryant's. This game was on April 13, 2016 against the Utah Jazz. The Lakers were 16-65 at the time they were entering this matchup, but you wouldn't know it considering how hyped Staples Center was on this evening. In his 20th season, Kobe was having a terrible year from an efficiency standpoint, as he was shooting a league worst 35% from the field. But a motivated Kobe would exceed expectations for the occasion. Now this game is pretty highly debated concerning how impressive his performance actually was. After all, the Mamba did have to take 50 shots to score his 60 points, although he did make 44% of those shots. For me, the most impressive part of that night was his finish, as he made his final 5 difficult shots and led his Lakers back from a double-digit deficit when there was only 3 minutes remaining. If Kobe misses any one of those clutch shots down the stretch, he probably loses his final game. With that being said, not every moment was totally legitimate competition. My favorite part was when Kobe completely and blatantly shoved Gordon Hayward away, so he could get some space to get the ball for his final free throws. Kobe's smart. He knew that no matter how badly he shoved Hayward, there's no way the refs are blowing that whistle in that situation. He famously finished his night with 60 points, but he also added in 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block on 44% shooting, and his Lakers won the game with a final score of 101-96. After making this video, I think it's pretty clear just how special and rare a farewell like this actually is. So now it's your turn. Of all the games listed on the screen, which one of these farewell performances do you think was the most impressive? And explain why it's Kobe. I look forward to reading your comments. Thanks for watching as always. Make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Utah Jazz. In Utah Jazz, Scottie Pippen was out, and we knew we just played Utah in the finals the year before. So every game we play against Utah is a message. You want to send a message. I go to Luke at the beginning of the game. I said, look, you have to establish yourself inside. You have to dominate. We're going to come to you early. You're really going to have to set the tone for us, because we don't have Scottie. It's me and Dennis and you. So he understood that. He knew the importance of that. The first quarter ends. Luke has 12 points, 4 blocks, and 4 rebounds. And I go to Luke, I say, that's how you play, man. You do that, we dominate. We up by 16. We're killing them in their building. At the end of the game, Luke had 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 blocks. We're winning by 16, we lose by 15. And I just chuckled, and I just looked at Luke and I said, you know what, Luke? That is the last time I'm gonna give you a compliment in the middle of the game.
Now I gotta cut the interview short because it goes on for quite a while, and I want to keep this video moving. But you should know that this interview was actually pretty wholesome by the end of it, as MJ talks about the things he taught Luke and the things that Luke taught him. But we know how the internet works, and the part that went viral was where MJ was seemingly roasting his teammate for completely disappearing after the first quarter. But just how accurate is this story? Well, to get an answer for that, let's first look at MJ's clues and try to figure out which game he was talking about. According to Michael, this game was against the Utah Jazz. He said the game was played in 1998, and it was the season after they had just defeated the Jazz in the NBA Finals for the first time. He said that it was in their building, meaning Utah, and he said that Scottie Pippen was unable to play that night, presumably because of his back injury. Well, right out of the gates, I gotta get on MJ for an incorrect detail in this story. During the entirety of the Bulls' second three-peat, where Michael Jordan and Luke Longley were teammates, there was never a single game where Scottie Pippen didn't also play. I checked their regular season games, their finals games, and even the preseason. And again, Scottie played on every single night against Utah when Michael Jordan and Luke Longley were teammates. So at least from that perspective, MJ is inaccurate with this story. Now, MJ did say that it was in Utah in 1998 and heavily implied that it was during the regular season, since he referred to it as a statement game and a measuring stick game, which are typically only used to describe regular season matchups. Well, during the 97 to 98 regular season, the Bulls and Jazz only played against each other twice. And since they were in separate conferences, only one of those games were played in Utah, which tells me that I found the game that MJ was talking about. It was on February 4th, 1998, in a highly anticipated matchup between the two previous finals participants. The Bulls had a 34-14 record, which was the best in the Eastern Conference, while the Jazz had a 30-15 record, which had them sitting at 5th in the West. Many people expected this to be a preview for the upcoming NBA Finals in June, but there was even more drama off the court. Just earlier that morning, an article dropped in the Chicago Tribune, where Bulls general manager Jerry Krause said that he would love to have MJ back next season, but that he would have to play for someone else because it isn't going to be Phil Jackson. Just prior to the game starting, a clearly hurt and frustrated Michael Jordan said that this would mean he wouldn't be returning to play basketball because there was no circumstances where he was willing to play without his head coach. Emotions were high heading into tip-off, and although Scottie Pippen was starting in this game, it's worth mentioning that their 6'10 forward Tony Kukoc was out with an injury. This might have been an aspect that MJ mixed up in his memory, and maybe it was actually Kukoc's absence that led MJ to approach Luke Longley about setting the tone early. Not only were the Bulls looking for revenge for their loss to the Jazz earlier that regular season, but they were also looking to channel their anger that had been sparked by Krause's comments. As a result, Chicago stormed out of the gates, playing with a tremendous amount of energy and intensity. In that first quarter, everything seemed to go right for Chicago, as they were hitting 52% of their shots, while the Jazz were only hitting 33%. On top of that, the Bulls forced the Jazz into 5 turnovers, while Chicago didn't commit a single turnover for the entirety of the first. After one, Jordan had 10 points and was 6 of 10 from the field. Luke Longley was doing his job well, just as MJ had asked him to. At the end of the first, Luke had 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 0 blocks, which is far from the 12, 4, and 4 that MJ described. But regardless, that was still a great opening quarter for Longley, and the Bulls had a massive lead of 35-13. But that momentum was hard to hang on to, as Utah was one of the most energetic environments in the NBA at that point. Utah began to storm back, and at the end of the first half, they cut the lead down to 11. Longley had a massive drop-off from his first quarter, as he only had 0 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block in the second quarter. Now into the third quarter, and the Jazz strongly secured the momentum of the game, as John Stockton was facilitating as if he was in his peak form, and Karl Malone was getting basket after basket, all while Longley was continuously getting beat in the paint. Roughly halfway into the third quarter, and Pippen comes up hobbling after he aggravated his back. He was then taken out of the game and was done for the night. This may have been why MJ thought he didn't play this game, because Pippen's playing time was eventually limited because of the injury. Without Kukoc and Pippen for the rest of the night, MJ had to try to carry the team offensively, so he started looking to score nearly every time down the court. MJ was getting his points, but he was having to take a lot of shots to make it happen, all while Longley is still struggling to get himself going. And that third quarter, Luke had 0 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 turnovers. By the fourth quarter, the writing was on the wall as the outcome started to become very clear for everyone who was watching. MJ was doing his best to keep Chicago in it as he scored 11 points in the fourth quarter alone. But the Jazz shot a lethal 70.6% from the field over the course of the final 12 minutes. By the time the buzzer sounded, the comeback was complete as the Jazz won the game 101-93. And at this point, they had swept the Bulls in that regular season, which led many Utah fans to think that this was their year to win the championship. Michael Jordan had finished with 40 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists on 17 of 37 shooting. John Stockton had 17 points, 18 assists, and 5 steals. And the mailman, Karl Malone, had finished with 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Then, of course, there was the central focus of this story, which was Luke Longley. After one quarter, Luke had 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 0 blocks. And at the end of the game, he had just 8 points, 11 rebounds, and 1 block, which again was way off from the 12, 4, and 4 that MJ described. Which brings me to my next point. Michael Jordan was hilariously inaccurate with his telling of this story, more so than any other player in this series so far. He said that Scottie Pippen didn't play, which was false. He said that Luke had 12, 4, and 4, which was false. He said that they were winning by 16 at the end of the first,